stream button. So I think we are live. Go ahead, hit it with the intro.
All right.
What's going on, my planetary brothers and sisters? And for my celestial people who are tuning in at the moment, this is a planetary headquarters emergency broadcast brought to you by the Legacy FHP. That is the Legacy Foundation for Human Progress. And we are talking about the Billy Carson versus Wes Huff debate. One of the hottest topics in the stratosphere right now. We're going to dissect it with extreme detail and fine precision. I hope you guys enjoy the show. If you are a new viewer, we do want to ask you to hit that subscribe button so you are up to date with all the planetary broadcasts. A little background story about, before I dive into who these characters are, you guys want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. What is up? What is up? My name is Taylor, and I'm a co-host, a volunteer at the Legacy Foundation for Human Progress. This is a brotherhood. It's kind of an open-ended forum. And yeah, I'm all about, spirituality, spiritual texts, truth-seeking, really using critical thinking, not just sticking within your, with the religion that you were sort of raised with. You got to ask the questions, you got to follow the paths. And I think, all the characters in the interview, with this debate are doing that same thing, on a lot of different levels. So yeah, that's a little intro for me. Also, I have a unique angle like most of us on this channel in that we are big into the understanding UFOs and extraterrestrial civilizations and how that fits into our worldview. But obviously, we also have a lot of God concepts within that vein too. So bringing these things together, that's kind of our specialty. And yeah, go ahead, Magma Sloth, Tyler, take it away.
My name's Tyler. I go by Magma Sloth online. I am a passionate DIY enthusiast, a 3D environment artist, and a truth seeker. I run a Discord server, the Urantian Think Tank, where we just kind of pull apart sacred texts and shed the light on it. I mean, we plunge into the craziest stuff, but we all got a pretty solid concept of what we believe God is, and we just let the Spirit of Truth guide us to figure out what's true, what's not, and try to extrapolate the truth from the mess of information we sift through in the information age.
Well put, well put. All of our links will be in the description. You know me, Dedrick Baker, D-Bake the Wise. Same faces on the same channel. You know what we talk about. We talk about this entire concept from a galactic federation type of lens, a universal government, a kingdom of heaven type of lens. And we're always dropping episodes that are named the Forbidden Scrolls. And this entire debate that Billy Carson and Wes Huff was having was about Forbidden Scrolls. And when they had it, I was like, oh, perfect, right up our alley. We're not, scholars in this, but I do consider us experts. So I think that we can, throw our 2 cents into the matter, and hopefully it'll vibe with some of you guys, most of you guys, none of you guys, whatever. You know why we do this, because we love talking about it. And we hope we can somewhat get the truth out to you guys. So this is pretty monumentous for me. I mean, I kind of didn't grow up, but I guess you could kind of say I grew up on Billy Carson. He is an ancient astronaut theorist, I guess you could say. He belongs to the ancient alien type of camp. I think he might have even been on Ancient Aliens. I'm not sure exactly. That might be incorrect, but he's an ancient alien theorist. He's really into like the mystic Jesus, the Sumerian tablets, the Enuma Elish, the Epic of Atrahasis, the Epic of Gilgamesh. He also likes to look into like Egyptian mysticism. I guess you could say more of the esoteric types of thinking. I love what he had to say, especially him being like a prominent black man, a brother out there in the New Age movement, actually dispensing truth, And it was unfortunate during the debate, he did make a couple mistakes. I mean, we all make mistakes, And just because you do make one mistake doesn't negate your entire thought process, just because you slip up on misquoting one thing doesn't mean you're not speaking truth about everything else, So we do have to try to maintain that disposition. We all know that misquoting authoritatively is, kind of looked down upon, but everybody makes mistakes. But I mean, I love Billy Carson stuff. I've been watching his Antarctica documentaries, Aliens Under the Ice Caps. That was great. Talking about Sumerians. He actually read the Epic of Gilgamesh and all the Sumerian tablets. It's on his channel. He's reading them. He's reading them from the Oxford Dictionary, line by line, and he's giving his thoughts on it, line by line. And I love his interpretation. It does kind of line up with the Zechariah Stitchin interpretation. There are a few differences. Everybody has, and let's keep it real, everybody has different viewpoints within these communities. Even within the Christian scholar theological communities, there are people who disagree. So you can't just say everybody's the same in one blanket statement. There are nuanced points of views, and if you don't recognize nuance, then you're wrong. So Billy Carson, he's great. I love, and he's a motivational speaker and teaches you to seek the God consciousness within, to seek the God power within, and that's a strong sentiment. It's not a declaration of being weak. It's a declaration of being strong, which is what we also preach here at the Legacy. So I vibed with that. I resonated with that. And I personally consider him, a really great public figure. And it was unfortunate to see him misquote, get called out. And what really kind of rubbed me the wrong way, still love you, Billy, but the way you took it, the live stream response that you did, that you have since deleted, it just hurt. When you look up to somebody, you expect them to say, I made a mistake. And you didn't do that. You didn't do that. You kind of almost doubled down and then started talking about a lot of random stuff about, like, these guys are losers. They're poor. You kept saying they're poor. And, a lot of your viewers are, we're not rich like you. So, like, that wasn't a good angle. I know you have since released an apology. So we obviously, we accept that because we're all spiritual creatures and we practice forgiveness. But just going through the whole, like, suing and showing off all the different court cases you've won, and it kind of got too gnarly. All you had to do was just admit that you were wrong and misquoted the book. It's not taking away from your amazing analysis of the Sumerian epics. It's not taking away any of the deep truths you talk about of ancient Egyptian society. But it just sucks to see that happened. We'll dive into that more. Wes Huff, now background, an actual biblical scholar, a theologian. Those guys are wild with it. Seminar school priests. He's not a priest, but they all go to these similar type of biblical scripture colleges to learn where the actual text itself came from. And I've always kind of been weary of those type of people, to be honest with you. It's almost as if they focus too much on the text itself rather than practicing or understanding the concepts behind the text. And anybody can kind of try to be right or wrong. Well, it says this in this passage, and this in this passage, and this in this passage. But you can still be void of spiritual values and concepts. You could still be void of spiritual action. And it reminds me a lot of, I guess, how the ancient Hebrews, the ancient Jews, the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the ecclesiastical laws, all this dogma and tradition, and they're just arguing over passages, and then they're actually missing the spiritual content of the passages.
Kind of ironic, isn't it?
It's very ironic. And it seems like that was happening. But this debate, there was no spiritual content really spoken about. Billy Carson did try to, bring the conversation back to the God consciousness, back to the God within. But it just seemed like they were totally missing the point. And we'll get into that more. I'm not just going to monologue about the entire thing right now. But I do want to let the viewers know we are going, because we read the Forbidden Scrolls. We are the Forbidden Scrolls. We pull from a lot of Forbidden Scrolls. We pull from a lot of apocryphal texts, a lot of questionable texts with unusual sources, and that's how we obtained our worldview. So what's unique about us is that we have a very precise and unique way of looking at the Bible specifically. I'm not over here saying, fuck it, I'll say it. Yeah, we're the authorities on the matter. I believe we have the ability to understand what they're talking about and shed more light onto it because people get caught down this rabbit hole of just being a biblical theologian and understanding the passages and understanding where the papyri came from, what part of the world, and that's great. It's a nice physical understanding. Some people throw that totally out the window and say, no, it's a mystic Jesus, New Age, crystals, aliens. We want to find that common middle ground and understand that there's room for all of these thoughts as long as you can cohesively put them together that makes sense. And that's what we're here to help you guys do. So we'll be pulling from a lot of different sources, and I hope it stimulates some thoughts for you guys. Again, welcome back to all the subscribers. If you are a new viewer, a new listener, I do want to ask you to hit that subscribe button so you stay up to date with all of the cosmic broadcasts. And let's dive into it. If you guys got anything
I definitely got some things to sort of riff off of, from your intro there. Yeah, so, in the chat, we have a viewer, Captain Kirk. Thanks for joining in. He's a recurring on all our live streams. And, he pointed out that if this is a debate, it seemed like maybe Billy wasn't necessarily prepared, to really kind of go up against a biblical text scholar. Wes is not just a theologian. He really he specializes in studying the ancient text and the papyrus, and he's also that's really big in the apologetics world, which is basically how do we know that the Bible is like it's actually more textual analysis, and it's like, okay, the Bible that we have, like, is it spurious? Was it edited? How can we tell that process? Like, can we trust the accounts as in, are they real accounts from real people, or were they edited over time to fit different agendas? How was the Bible? How were the books in the Bible put together and canonized? What does that look like? Because in the sort of New Age or spiritual community, or anyone who has a little bit of like icky kind of a church experience, and then they start to take like the basic surface level basically criticisms, and it's the same criticisms that people that never grew up with Christianity sort of tack onto. And these criticisms go from like the basic level of like, oh well, the Bible was just meant to like manage people, like it was just a power play, or they say stuff like, well, the Bible was written so long ago that we can't like trust it. Or they'll even go to debate the existence of Jesus as like, saying something like, Jesus never existed, when in the historical field, even atheists are not like using that as an example to try and argue against Christianity and God, because we do have a lot of content about the existence of Jesus with different text. So it's like, so there's sort of surface level analysis, but then obviously there's deeper level analysis. Now, the stuff that Billy Carson says about Jesus, I can tell he's, and he even says this in the stream, in the debate. He's like, look, those because at first he challenges the crucifixion of Jesus, did that happen? And Billy points out that's 0.1% of his criticisms and insights about the Bible and how it was written, and he gives his, two sources, and we're going to get into that and how, what that's about. But yeah, I mean, this conversation, honestly, I saw it more of like an open-ended discussion podcast rather than a really formal debate. And if he seemed unprepared, it was only about 24 hours before Billy was scheduled to be at the host's house and be on this podcast. But then about 24 hours before, the host, messaged Billy and was like, hey, I'm personally not, that scholarly with the Bible, but I have this guy, Wes Huff, I'd like to get him on, and we'll kind of structure it, like a, semi-formal debate. We're going to go back and forth on some of your points about the Bible, and, Wes is going to, give you some pushback. And Billy has said in some clips that are online that he's willing to debate anyone. So that's sort of the context for, it's like, well, how did this debate go? Why would Billy react in such a, kind of ego, feel like a lot of his ego was hurt or something, rather than just leave it up? Like, it was a good convo. He missed the ball on like checking his text for that he claims, inform him that the crucifixion might not have happened. But the rest of the convo was great. But yeah, to back up what D-Bake was saying, there's a lot of actually concepts and questions about the Old Testament and the theology about God that I feel like we didn't get a really extensive sort of back and forth response from Wes's side, where Wes was much more focused. Even the first 40 minutes, Wes is mostly focused on basically just saying like, Billy, your method, he keeps using the word methodology for how you determine if a text is like reliable. And, that annoys Billy because like he's like, look, I get it. Those two things, let's move on. So yeah. I'm monologuing here. Tyler, what is your kind of, first level reactions? What did you think of the whole thing, the podcast as a whole, the debate as a whole?
I got to be honest. I actually got massive respect for Billy Carson and Wes Huff. It's hilarious, but I think they're both right. But because they're both these strong intellectual figures, I don't know if they're how do I put it? I guess I don't know if their egos would allow them to concede to each other, but I almost wish I could have heard like a 4-hour conversation just between those two. Maybe, I hate to say it, but probably with a different moderator. It was pretty excruciating to get through.
That moderator is terrible, dog.
Man, and I hate to diss on that guy because he seemed like a great guy, but
I don't hate to. He sucked.
As a moderator, he was not great, but I did like his criticisms and his points about the Old Testament. We're going to make sure we dive into that because that is really that's a huge barrier, and Christians kind of downplay it. And the way that they describe and try and rectify the God that Jesus talked about versus the God in the Old Testament, you have to come up with all these weird like excuses to like explain God in the Old Testament. And
why he was cruel.
We think there's a better explanation, but Tyler, continue your thing there.
What's funny is I think the answer is right in front of all of us is that Jesus says himself, that was the old way, I'm here to teach the new way. The Old Testament, I think, is there for posterity's sake. So we have the historical record of what he was building off of for the Jewish people and all that. But he literally teaches you the simplest form of spirituality available, which is the fatherhood of God, the brotherhood of man. That's really all there is to it. But with Billy Carson, I feel like this had to have been a very humbling experience for him because I feel like it's kind of got to his head over the last few years, his success and all that, and getting to the point where he's at now, that he's right, he's got all the answers. He might have lost touch with that initial truth seeker side of himself where like he doesn't have all the answers and he could humbly engage with someone and hear what they have to say and not have to challenge that. Now, Wes Huff, I think, was probably waiting for a moment like this as a very well-versed theologian. I mean, his knowledge, like, on the fly was very impressive. He was able to pull the facts, and I don't think that's exactly what Billy Carson, I guess what Billy Carson is good at in the first place, what his specialty is. It's more getting alternative takes on sacred texts and finding the cross correlations between them, which I definitely appreciate that. I think one mistake Billy Carson's been making is speaking very definitively, like, this is the truth, and then taking a strong stance on that, whereas a lot of that's very interpretive, especially the stuff with the Anunnaki and ancient aliens and all that kind of stuff, it's very up in the air, and we got our ideas on how we think that might have played out, but he kind of set himself up for that one, especially making these bold statements and then saying what book it was from without having your facts right there in front of you. If it were me, I probably would have avoided going too deep into something I wasn't 100% sure on. But all in all, I don't think this is the end for Billy. I think it was definitely a very educational experience for him, and I hope he learns from it. Hopefully he can open his mind a little. And the moderator, in a few points towards the beginning, I think he was the right one in the sense of trying to bring it back to just the teachings of Jesus and what maybe those two have in common. But I feel like if we had Billy Carson and Wes Huff here on the Forbidden Scrolls podcast, we could have held the thing together and maybe kept those two in a room a little bit longer. Because
Wes wouldn't like this.
maybe not. We're a little more fringy, but man, they both edge so close to at least what we perceive the truth to be. I think in a lot of ways Billy Carson misses the mark in kind of the truth of Jesus, and maybe Wes Huff could be a little more open to us being visited by other personalities. Of course, I got to disagree with Billy Carson and say I don't think they were people that visited us from other worlds, but celestial beings. But he's getting close. He's definitely expanded a lot of people's minds on these subjects.
I mean, we were visited by extraterrestrials from other worlds.
I guess it depends.
Well, yeah, I mean, on this channel, we always go back and forth between what is the difference between the angelic extraterrestrials versus other, mortal planets. I personally think it's definitely both. You should just follow the congressional hearings and the talk about, crash retrievals and technology to really get a grip on it's 3D craft. In the Christian world, though, the most common go-to is this idea that it's basically all angels or demons. And then they always go down to the Nephilim story. And they're always like, yeah, those Nephilim were an angelic, demonic race of humans. And that's why God flooded the earth. And all the alien stuff going on today is just a revisiting of the same Old Testament, tropes. And somehow they totally write out the possibility that there's other intelligent extraterrestrial civilizations. They also have free will. It's not purely just good or evil. There's a lot of different intentions and ideas. Maybe they're just scientists studying us, but that also includes some like abductions and DNA tests and programs. Like we would do the same thing as humans if we were studying another planet. So there's just a lack of universe context within Christianity because the Bible is only the explanation of human search for God on earth, and that is displayed in the way that we write and we tell the stories and that the ancient texts were written. They are earth-centric, and the only other extraterrestrial race we learn about is what we call angels, or then there's also the sons of God. What was that? So I don't know, let's maybe start getting into some clips here. D-Bake, where do you want to go next here with the episode?
We can start with that first clip you were playing. I guess that's from like the very beginning. It's like 8 minutes into the episode. Those first gnarly minutes. But I do also want to say, because Billy took down his live stream, so it's not accessible at the moment. Some people did clip it out somehow, and you can get clips of it online, but it's not the full 3-hour live stream. You can see even in these clips we're about this play that he has a little Band-Aid right here on like right where you get a IV drip. Blood? Well, he was in Egypt and he got deathly sick. Like he was about to die. His temperature was he was unconscious, like way too hot and boiling, and he couldn't get a ride back to America. He was unconscious, and they had to emergency evacuate him to the United States. And I think 24 or 48 hours before that podcast was when he finally came to. And he just needed to get out. He was like, I was so cooped up and felt bad. I just thought that this would make me feel better. So he went over to his friend's house next door, and that's why he looked so gaunt and down. They're neighbors, yeah.
Oh man, that really puts it in perspective.
So that's why he's so down. Rough. Usually, when you hear Billy Carson, he's speaking with power and force.
Yeah. I kind of thought that he didn't seem like he was fully on point.
No, you can see in his eyes, he looks gaunt. He was.
That's not fair, man.
And he kind of got ambushed at the same time. To be fair,
that's how he took it for sure. And it was only 24 hours ahead that the guy was like, "Hey, I'm actually going to bring on this biblical textual scholar to debate you, rather than just you coming on my show where you and me talk." So, that's definitely a good note. Understanding, because when you talk about when are we most reactive and sort of get offended? Well, it's like if all this other stuff is going on in life, it can kind of build up and kind of explode.
I'd be pissed too if I was on my deathbed. Then I'm like, fuck it, I want to get out of bed and let's get back to the grind about the spirit. And then that happens. You're like, oh,
and then a really crazy controversial internet thing, and
It's no wonder he wanted to take it down if he knew he wasn't at his best. Like any other day, he would have been able to keep up with Wes Huff. And just on that day, he just wasn't in it. Maybe he needed a week to recover. He was caught in his worst. Ah, that's rough.
Yep. But yeah, let's start analyzing.
Yep. So, okay, this is the first clip, and this is really the.
You want to share a screen in here too?
Yeah. This clip is going to show you kind of like Billy's first claim, and it's honestly the sort of contention here in this debate. Weirdly enough, it mostly focuses around really one claim, or two claims, and that would be Billy presents that maybe the crucifixion of Jesus did not happen, and Billy also says Jesus may have had a wife that might have been Mary Magdalene, and he gives a text example. So here we go with those clips. Let me know, in the comments if any of the audio things are weird. I think I have everything checked, but we'll see how it goes.
Going right to it, I had here, Billy, you talk about how Jesus was never crucified. I'm curious for you guys both, and if you want to, I guess, go first, Billy, as to
I can't hear it now.
how you came about like the findings where it seems that Jesus was not crucified, or that's not accurate.
The statement is according to the Sinai Bible. Okay, according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James version of the Bible, and the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James version of the Bible, which came much later. And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary, which, according to some scholars, is a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds more, if that's true, it adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified. I just personally believe that Jesus was an amazing human being. I don't think that he was the Son of God in the sense that he's God, but that we're all gods. As he said, ye are gods, and that we're to do greater things than him. And I just personally believe that the return of the Christ is the return of the Christ consciousness. When we can all achieve a certain level of knowledge, wisdom, passion, understanding, empathy, love that he came to this planet with, and we get that in our mind and our consciousness, and we can act on those incredible emotions and that understanding, that the whole world is going to transform instantaneously. And I think at the second coming is the coming of the Christ consciousness to the planet, not a human being flying back to Earth to save people. That's just my personal understanding of how I've perceived it over many, many years of going through this information and going through all this text.
That's the first clip. What
Lots to unpack there.
Yeah. Should we just go ham on this?
Yeah, free salad.
Go ham.
And you got something first?
Go ahead.
I just, the first elephant in the room, I had a problem with Billy Carson saying that Jesus wasn't the Son of God, or in that we're all God,
See, he was asking for it there.
And see how I'm focusing on the spiritual truth, because he did make some gnarly, audacious claims that are just straight up false. And that's when it's coming to the scripture. But we're not here to just focus on the scripture. We're not, biblical scholars focused on the texts. I want to focus on the concepts, but trust me, we'll hit it all. But I'm starting with the concept that we're all God, that Jesus wasn't actually the Son of God. He was just the Christ. He was a normal human who was teaching us how to the highest Christ consciousness of ourselves, and that there is no second coming of Christ. The second coming is us becoming Christ consciousness as a planet. Very New Age.
Very theosophical, like that's straight from Alice Bailey or Helena Blavatsky, that idea of like maybe there's something like the Maitreya or something, but Christ is a state of mind, which, look, I mean, like Jesus did teach that basically what he does you can do too, communing with your heavenly Father, serving your brothers and all that. but he was still a son of God. He was still something a little more than the average person, and that's very much a theosophical concept he's tapping into there. I know that Billy Carson dabbles in the occult, like his fascination with the emerald tablets and all that. I just the whole problem right from the outset is his approach of kind of dismantling Christianity in a way, whereas when you're going up against a Christian theologian who's an expert in biblical studies, I would talk about probably anything else than that. I'd probably just respectfully, from Billy Carson's point of view, respectfully leave Christianity where it is and focus on what they have in common. I'll
Yeah,
I'll
and we keep saying theologian. You're right, Taylor. I don't think he is a theologian. He's just a biblical scholar. He's
biblical
like,
scholar. Okay.
more like the actual physical record of did this happen kind of stuff, as opposed to like being the concept within the Bible. But yeah, so that was interesting. How it's very weird how the New Agers love Jesus. They take him in and proclaim him as one of their own, not God, but he could teach you about. He's just like another prophet, like Buddha, They kind of wrap them all into that same category as avatars. But the truth of the matter is that Jesus was the Son of God. He was actually God on planet Earth. He was the highest conception, the highest image of God that we can conceive of in a personal form, not only just on our planet, but throughout the universe. There are other sons of God, but he was the Son of God.
And
Melchizedek, who taught Abraham, Melchizedek was also a son of God. Adam and Eve was a son and a daughter of God. The Anunnaki, Caligastia, go watch our other episodes, the Anunnaki Revelation. They were also sons of God. They were celestial beings who landed on our planet to teach us about things. But the thing is, there is an entire hierarchy of celestial beings, more than you can fathom, and they're more organized than our own government. As a matter of fact, the kingdom of heaven that Jesus preached about literally means the universal government. I say it 1 billion times and I beat it like a dead horse.
Love that.
Back in the day, they didn't use the term universe. They said heavens. They didn't use the term government. They said kingdom. So kingdom of government is universal. Kingdom of heaven is universal government, the Galactic Federation. So Jesus was the leader of that. So if you can kind of hold this mental picture in your mind, picture the United States, 50 different states, right? 50 different states, but they're all unified, the United States. Every state has mayors, governors, representatives, and the hierarchy keeps going up all the way up to the president, right? So now use that image, that analogy, but for the cosmos. So the cosmos is sectored out and federated, and there's an angel placed over every sector. The angel that was in charge of our sector was named Lucifer, and he rebelled. We're not going to go into that right now. But all of those angels that are in charge of a certain sector, they answer to a single head honcho, and that head honcho, his name is Michael or Jesus. Jesus was the president, Michael, who incarnated into our planet 2,000 years ago. The president of the universe, in order to rule his universe better, he needs to incarnate as the beings within his universe. When he does that, he has an experience as the beings, and when he gains this experience, he can now better govern his sector, or he can now better govern the entire local universe. That's Jesus. Jesus is the Son of God. He is God. So now that I have that picture in your mind, we can go to the top. The very top of the universe would be the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's like the center of the cosmos. The entire universe gets generated from the Trinity. 3 different beings, triune though. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So the Son part of the Trinity, the Son can duplicate himself as much times as he wants to in order to administer to the different parts of the universe. So the Son duplicates himself, and these are called Michaels. So Jesus, our Michael, the president of our sector of the universe, is just a duplication, a direct representative of the Son of the Trinity. So he actually is
representative
God. He is God on planet Earth. So I do have a high contention with that by trying to reduce Jesus to just some mystic that can do tricks.
He was just a guru or something, yeah.
Yeah, he was not that. He was actually the highest image of God that you can conceive of in our cosmos, manifested in physical form. So he is God.
That's a good point to make. There are many sons of God. Technically, we are sons of God, but there are higher sons of God, but Jesus was the Son of God. And it's literally, God representative as a human, so we can relate with him in that form.
Yeah. But he did come here to teach us how to get to Christ consciousness. So I do believe that. I do
There's something to it.
That, you know.
The trouble will be taking these different viewpoints of like Billy Carson and Wes Huff and all the like-minded people who can relate with either one of them and trying to synthesize those two, because the truth lies somewhere in the middle or somewhere maybe just above that. You know, we're all kind of down here with our viewpoints. But speaking of Jesus, there's a quote from him on paper 178 of the Urantia book, part
Paper
116.
Give me the first words.
You are not. I'll just say it as one sentence. You are not to attack the old ways. You are skillfully to put the leaven of new truth in the midst of the old beliefs. Let the Spirit of truth do his own work. You know, that's to say, when you're going up against someone with a different belief system, don't focus on the differences y'all have in your beliefs, or don't try to dismantle what they believe. I know there's a better quote in the Urantia book that speaks on the same thing. I can't think of it right now, but that idea that you're better off not focusing on your differences or trying to disprove what they believe, even if it's wrong, rather introduce the new higher concept. And I think that's the mistake Billy Carson was making there, is trying to kind of dismantle a lot of what Wes Huff is going to personally defend. And on the same point, Wes Huff is doing the same thing, kind of dismantling a lot of what Billy Carson believes in, you know, like everything you're teaching is a fraud, you know, but it would have been a lot more productive if they could have moved forward. And I could sense Billy Carson's frustration. We're going in circles. You keep bringing it back to this. Like, there's 1,000 other things we can point, you know. He found a weakness in Billy Carson's whole ideology he's teaching and all that. But I don't think that was even Billy Carson's strong suit anyway, you know.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately,
I can be a little devil's advocate here for Billy on this claim, because some of you watching, you know, obviously y'all aren't all sold on all the texts that we read. The one main one that we think reveals the most about the actual life of Jesus and his teachings and who he was, it's called the Urantia book. It's contentious. People have arguments about it, but the book don't lie in that it's 2,000 pages of amazing content that is intellectual, merges religion, science, and philosophy. But at the end of the day, a lot of like theologians and textual scholars, the reason that they can't really say much about it is that they don't know the source, because the source claims to be non-human celestial beings, and they can't really refute that claim. It's just like, okay, to refute that claim, they basically just have to go out and look, you know, well, humans could have wrote this, right? The people behind this, couldn't they have just wrote this and amalgamated it? So anyway, what I really wanted to say here is that when Billy says, you know, he's given his personal belief that he thinks Jesus is just classified in the teachers, you know, the great teachers of earth. And, you know, he taught Christ consciousness, the awareness of the Christ, the awareness of how to save yourself from the insane asylum of earth. So that's his position. But the argument is that, like, the Christians try and use, for example, the miracles in the Bible to prove that Jesus was 100%, you know, a divine being. The only problem with this is that then if the cross-comparative analysis is, okay, when miracles happen in other religions, does that mean that those are divine beings? And what they go to is like, oh, if a miracle happens, or like if the Buddha did like magical supernatural things, then it must have been the power of the devil. It must have been not divine. If they truly did something miraculous, it must have been something not divine. It must have been, a false prophet. And that's always what they go to. But it's like, well, can you really have both here? Because in Christianity, there's a lot of claims of supernatural miracles being done by Jesus, this amazing teacher, even to the point of, raising the dead, Lazarus. But then all these other traditions around the world also have these claims of supernatural events. The thing is that in Christianity, they're just not going to spend time looking at the other religions' supernatural events because they don't consider that religion the truth about God. Now, here's the middle ground that is really not a great concept in the mainstream right now. And what I'm saying is we all have a psychic ability. And because the 21st century is built on materialism and the age of enlightenment and reasoning and logic from the Greeks, we are currently trying to maximize that element of intelligence. And we've forgotten that we can do insane mind over matter, telepathy, events and tricks that exist within the psychic realm. To me, that is a natural human potential, and that is possible because our minds exist on the cosmic mind network. We are created in the image of God. We are given free will, and we are given a lot of abilities, and our body and the five senses are only one of those abilities. And that's like the lowest of all the abilities because that's in the animal kingdom. But in the spiritual kingdom, in the kingdom of consciousness, which is the origin of the universe, we have so many other abilities. But, the only question is, how do you prove that? Well, I'm not going to go into that now, but there's a lot of experiments that are proving telepathy.
For sure.
If you want, simple way, is telepathy real? Is remote viewing real? Just go listen to a podcast called The Telepathy Tapes. They basically walk through a unique group of people, which is actually nonverbal speakers. Mostly, a lot of them have severe autism. And in this group of people, a lot of these parents are realizing that the child ends up communicating them and sort of revealing that they're telepathic, that they're reading their mind.
Whoa.
And then in the podcast, it follows a scientific researcher, Diane Powell, who has been basically doing the experiments to prove that this telepathy is a real thing. So, yeah. A lot of miraculous things humans can do without technology, through consciousness, through meditation. In the Eastern religions, this is accepted. They expect this from the teachers and the masters of yoga, etc. So I want to premise that and point that out there where it's really hard to necessarily just like prove Jesus as God, especially because then you're just using biblical text to like try and make sure that the miracles were real, etc. Where I actually think the main proof of Jesus is if you live by his teachings, does it end in the result that he sort of teaches about? Will it make your life more joyful? The fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, selflessness. So like that's how to me, that's really how you have to weigh these different, religions. But obviously we're also very interested in the true story of Jesus. And the books that we read do not prove to you, yes or no, but they give you a better story. And that's what religion is. Every religion is a story about reality, a conception, a worldview about reality, an origin story, and a destiny for humankind going into the future, into the afterlife. So we're looking for the best story, and we're also looking what is the prerequisite, what is the minimum to live by in your daily life to actually make it better and improve your mind, body, and spirit. So that's what we're doing on this channel. And let's keep it rolling here. I got a bunch of clips lined up. D-Bake, do you have
do you
have
want
a
to
clip?
keep talking about this clip?
Yeah, let's definitely
don't
move
mind.
on. There's a lot of content to cover. Do you want me to just go to the next clip? Well, we can talk. Maybe let's go to the next clip here because it's basically, I want to get Wes's response on Billy's first claims here, because this is really the main contention in this debate. that the first 40 minutes covers.
Okay,
So
it's his response to these same
yeah,
points.
to these
Okay, yeah,
standpoints.
let's do
So
that.
it's basically so here's West, who's kind of dunk on Billy's saying the Sinai Bible, he's saying the Gospel of Barnabas and the Gospel of Jesus' wife. Here's Wes's intelligent response, respectful response on what is with those texts.
Wes, go ahead on for what Billy was talking about. I think with a book in the Harvard Museum, and I heard something about Jesus's wife.
I really appreciate the fact that you seem to have investigated to a certain degree some of these facts. Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written. It made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible called, I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right, from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain that they're referencing there. But they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James Version being put out.
Sure. So when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? So my curiosity is just simply in kind of exploring when you say that it denies the crucifixion or that the crucifixion isn't there. I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 27, where it has Jesus being crucified. And that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or, the John 19, or any of the other ones. So I think my confusion is that it doesn't read any differently. So actually, are you able to pull up a website with the viewers or listeners or whatever be able to see that
right now to make sure I have the version that I'm looking at? I
It's
found
discovered?
the text where I was referencing. Actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Okay, yeah. Well, so that's good. So let's deal with that too, because I've actually worked with. There are two manuscripts of the Gospel of Barnabas. The Gospel of Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery, and so that's why I think it's important to get to these sources. So, at the very start of the Gospel of Barnabas, which we only have two copies of, one is in Italian and one is in Spanish. We see right off the bat that the Gospel of Barnabas, not to be confused with either the Epistle of Barnabas or the Acts of Barnabas, which are two apocryphal documents from the 2nd century, but the Gospel of Barnabas in particular, we know it's a forgery because it does things like in chapter 92, it says that Jesus spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, and then he came to the Jordan River and he walked to Jerusalem. But Mount Sinai is more than a week's journey away from Jerusalem, and neither Mount Sinai nor Jerusalem are close to the Jordan River. So never mind there not being a route from the Jordan River to around Mount Sinai or going to Jerusalem. But there are internal problems with the Gospel of Barnabas, which indicate that it shows no actual indication of evidence of coming from or even having knowledge of first century Jewish understanding. It actually says Jesus is the Christ, but not the Messiah, which indicates that whoever the author is, he didn't know that those were the same words. And I think a bigger problem is that the Gospel of Barnabas actually paraphrases Dante's Inferno, which was written in 1314. So there's a lot of internal evidences that disqualify the Gospel of Barnabas, never mind the fact that we don't have any evidence of it prior to the 14th century, and none in any other language other than Middle Age Italian Italian and Spanish. But the internal content of the Gospel of Barnabas disqualifies it from being ancient. And then the fact that it's doing things like paraphrasing Dante, or it also refers to a rule of the time of Jubilee, which was changed in the Middle Ages from what it was in the biblical year of Jubilee. And it goes with the Middle Ages concept, not the ancient concept.
Shots fired. Mm. Mm. That guy knows his shit.
Do you mind if I address the gospel of Jesus' wife?
Well,
Sure,
one
go
second,
ahead.
one second. I wanted to talk. Um, before we move on to the Barnabas and the wife concept, because I feel like it's a little bit different than just the crucifixion, and they do kind of need separate
Mm.
analyses.
Yeah.
um, huh. He just talked about how the Codex Sinaiticus isn't as old as Billy's claiming, right? Was that in that clip right there?
Well, no, so Billy switched. He said, oh, it's not Codex Sinaiticus. So Wes was like, look, Codex Sinaiticus is just like an earlier copy of the current Bible we have, and
Yeah.
it does have the crucifixion. So then Billy's like, oh, let me double check. And he goes, oh, Gospel of Barnabas. And then Wes is like, here's the thing about the Gospel of Barnabas. It's a known forgery.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So he, in that initial clip you showed, he just. Oh, and if you don't mind, I guess if we're not watching the live stream on the Discord, you want to close that? Because on the stream it shows you that twice. Because it's showing your.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
Oh,
more real estate for us. If we're not
what should I
using
close here though? You mean stop streaming in
Discord?
Discord to
Yeah.
you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean,
if we're not using it.
do you want me to just stop streaming whenever we're talking?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Because I just have to restart the stream if I'm going to
Mm.
continue to show you guys clips. So
That's cool. So he, in the very beginning, he made that authoritative statement of the Sinai Bible, the Codex Sinaiticus, being older than the King James Bible, and that's a very authoritative statement. And that's what kind of, we all know you shouldn't be doing that. Kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And then Wes
that was
retorted,
true.
Is the Codex
Sinaiticus
Sinaiticus
is older
than the King James?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I thought he said that it was like a late Greek.
Yeah, but King James was after Greek. That was a translation like from the New Testament was a lot of Greek stuff. King James was literally, King James in like London, or not London, but whatever. It was that was Europe. King James, the King James Bible. That's even after the Roman Catholic canonization of the different books and stuff. So correct me if I'm wrong, in the comments, but whatever.
Yeah, so I guess obviously it's older, so he was right about that when he said, I guess he was referring to the Barnabas, right? That's what he's saying about it's way later. They can tell it's copied. I'm probably mixing them up in my head. But the thing is that the Sinai Bible, it does have a missing portion. It does have the missing portion of the resurrection. And I think that in Billy's mind, he was confusing the two. The crucifixion and the resurrection are very different. And it's only missing because it's such an old document and that passage is literally not there. Like it's gotten deteriorated away. And I think it's only in Mark where it's deteriorated. So Luke, John, Matthew, Luke, and John still have the resurrection in it. It's just the Mark portion that it's deteriorated on. So one could kind of try to make that argument that it does differ from the King James Bible in the sense that Mark doesn't have the resurrection story in it.
But only because it's missing.
Only because it's missing. It's deteriorated. And maybe he was confusing in his mind the resurrection and the crucifixion, which are two totally different concepts that you shouldn't be confusing.
Yeah, I feel like that was a point he was used to making about the validity of Jesus's divinity or something like that. But because he wasn't at his best headspace, he just totally forgot what the reference was.
Well, I think it's also an easy mistake to make because the Quran actually says that Jesus doesn't get crucified either. In Quran Surah 4:157.
Ooh.
He says, and for their saying, indeed, we have killed the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. And they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but another was made to
Whoa.
resemble him to them.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so if you ask like Muslims, they'll say straight up,
Interesting.
Jesus will get crucified.
Wow.
So this is like a normal theme throughout, the world, Abrahamic religions, and I could see how a mind would take that and equate it to, oh man, the Codex Sinaiticus didn't even have the resurrection or crucifixion too, and kind of like start mixing or jumbling those concepts. Unfortunately, what Billy was doing, if he was jumbling those concepts, is what people have been doing throughout history. So, I mean, we're just seeing it in real time. And, I mean, you could have just been like, hey, I was confusing the resurrection for the crucifixion. My bad. He probably would have gotten a pass if he said that. If he said, oh, my bad, he did get crucified. I meant the resurrection. But instead, he doubled down. Probably because he didn't really have an intimate understanding of the subject. And then quotes the Barnabas, the Gospel of Barnabas or whatever, and that just gets him into a deeper hole, and it goes downhill from there. But yeah, if you got any more comments, you want to keep playing.
Yeah, maybe we'll just cover here. I mean, honestly, I could probably summarize the Gospel of Jesus' wife debunk, but let's see this, because the clip I have cut out is like a 7 minutes, and I'm not sure. I'll play it and then I'll stop it, as soon as I can, so you can kind of understand here this thing, because again, I think it's popular to be like, oh, maybe Jesus had a wife. If you're not within the Christian community, you want to, I don't know, it's popular to sort of come up with these like alternative histories, especially if you're still into spirituality. Because Jesus is a big figure. Any big media figure today, people always come up with alternate theories in the absence of real information. They're like, maybe this happened, maybe this happened. Well, they didn't tell us this, so this could have been true. So it's sort of like a sort of hearsay speculation about a famous person. And yeah, so let's hit this clip.
Do you mind if I address the
Andrew
gospel?
Carmen says cease and desist incoming.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Guys, give us some donations in the chat just in case we face a lawsuit from Billy Carson.
Seriously.
No, we love you, Billy, and honestly, yeah, I think you would like our channel, so please don't sue.
No, yeah, dude. I like the Forbidden Knowledge Network. They're killing it. They got a lot of good shit. They're making great content right now.
Yeah, and it's a different level of study. Billy flies all around the world. Gets right in the action. But he's not necessarily trained in the formal scholarship of archaeology or papyrusology, etc. But he as a media personality is great at presenting these alternative findings. And the thing is that there's not a lot of contemporaries like seriously looking at these subjects because it's fringe. It's alternative history, and that stuff it takes a long time to really change that. But I see Billy as being sort of pioneering at the forefront of alternative histories. But Billy's job is not to prove to you absolutely that ancient aliens existed. He's just like, here's the best place to go searching for the initial evidence. We need more people on this. We need more scholars to take this seriously. There's a lot of people in academia that didn't even take UFOs seriously until the government started saying, yeah, we take it seriously, and now everyone's like, oh, I guess we should take it seriously. Well, it's like, look, if you're a curious person, if you want to expand your worldview, you realize that these subjects are not yet answered, and with the lack of answers comes the opportunity to be, Indiana Jones up in here. You go out there, so you find the answers, you find the possibilities, you cohesively make a story, and then you talk about it with other people. You get peers, you get a forum together. That's what we're doing on this podcast. And you don't try and not speak too confidently as if you like absolutely have absolute conclusions. But at the end of the day, once eventually in 500 years, when we flesh out all the things being talked about and argued about here, it's no longer going to be cool and fun to like look into it. So you look into it now. Don't wait for other people to tell you what's real and what's happening. We don't need a priesthood to explain God to us.
If not for any other reason than to pursue the truth, at least do it because it's cool.
Yeah, and it's important for your own individualization. So, all right, Gospel of Jesus' Wife debunked. Here we go.
Do you mind if I address the Gospel of Jesus' Wife?
Sure, go ahead.
So the Gospel of Jesus' Wife is in the Harvard Library. However, the reason we know it's also not legitimate is because even though the manuscript, the papyrus that it's on, was carbon dated to the 4th century, the text was actually copied from a PDF version of the Gospel of Thomas known as Grandin's Interlinear. And there was a mistake in the Coptic text of Grandin's Interlinear that was copied into the Gospel of Jesus' Wife.
Jesus having a wife.
So we know that this is not a legitimate document, even though the papyrus is ancient, and this happens a lot.
Is that supposed to be?
Go ahead. Sorry, they probably couldn't hear you great, but because I don't have a ducking thing set up, so the audio is kind of overlapping. But you're just saying the concept of Jesus having a wife being what?
That's an interesting take. Jesus having a wife. I suppose that was in the supposed the alleged Gospel of Barnabas. Is that where that came from?
No, so this is in the gospel. They call it the Gospel of Jesus' Wife. I don't know what the formal scroll name is, but I mean, I actually think that's probably that was about a minute there, where Wes kind of points out a couple problems with that document, and yeah, he basically says like what they did was they purchased real papyrus from a long time ago, like most forgeries are done. But then we know that it's a fake transcription on the papyrus because they copied text and a mistake that exists in a PDF that is online of like, I think it would be, I don't know if this is written in Greek or Hebrew, but like, imagine the faker basically pulled up this PDF online from one of the Harvard institutes. I don't know, Gospel of Thomas, I think it might have been Gospel of Thomas that they were pulling that the mistake is found in. And they're looking at this old Hebrew text and they're just copying the script, in their handwriting on this old. Yeah. What a troll. Exactly.
Why are they doing that?
Because you can get out of your village.
You can sell that. No, 100%.
Yeah,
you can
poor.
sell
That's actually a good point.
Yeah, you're poor. You sell it. You're out of your village. You're balling now.
Yeah, but real talk. This wasn't a poor person. This is some old. Someone
who knows what they're doing.
Someone who wants to both stir up a controversy, make a really great fake document because they hate on Christianity or whatever, and it's just an alternative theory. It like breaks. You notice that it's breaking the sort of conception, of like the celibate priesthood kind of thing. We think we're like, oh, Jesus was a man, but the one thing he never experienced was like romantic love and a family and sexual relations. And obviously that's all part of a marriage. So it's like popular to say that as if you're sort of anti and you're trying to prevent an anti-history. So I see why the faker was like, what if we did one where Jesus has a wife and it's Mary Magdalene?
Yeah, that's hilarious. I mean, me and Magma were talking about this on lunch the other day. I got some hot takes on it because Jesus was incarnated as a human to live a life as a man, to understand what it is to be as a man, to understand the intricacies and the details of what it is to be a human being, And like a major part of being a human being is having a girlfriend, having romantic relationships, that kind of stuff. Your answer book doesn't reveal everything, And so I wonder if he did kiss girls or if he did even have sex. I know it's fucking blasphemous to the Christian community, but in order to really understand what it is to be a human being, you kind of need to put your hot dog in a hallway. You know what I mean? It's just how it is.
I don't know. Did he experiment when he was a teenager and that was before his adult campaign?
Before you realized
maybe,
he was Michael.
But my strong hunch is no, he had some kind of very firm understanding not to get involved with human beings in a romantic kind of way. That's my gut feeling there.
That definitely wasn't popular in Jewish cult. I mean, again, I'm not a scholar, but I'm quite sure that the sort of social promiscuity of today's day and age was
I heard
that was something I brought up too.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of been known. Like back in the day, there were people, young kids breaking the rules all the time.
Yeah,
And
I
like
mean, I guess
the
they had
Hebrews in Tel
prostitutes
Aviv,
even within those communities at that time. Like that was
yeah. And the Hebrews right now in Israel, they're known for like, practicing during the day, then the nightclubs open at night and they get wild, dog. And they're
yeah. I
all,
mean, they're obviously
there's-
westernized.
they're
The
westernized.
same
Yeah,
way that America is.
but yeah, so I do want to bring up a quote right now. See this if you want to put it up for the viewers from paper 127, part 5.
Sure. 127 part 5. All right. So we're going to check out a quote from the Urantia book, which again, it's got an 800-page biography of the life of Jesus, and you should just read it if you want to know the
It's a
best
good-
alternative history that actually seems legit and actually will, bring tears to your eyes, because it's like, oh, this Jesus character who I've been taught so much about, like I actually see him in this biography in a way that nothing else reveals. No weird alternative, like this is not just some occult new age like rando take on life of Jesus learned from Indian masters. It does say Jesus traveled and one of his destinations was through India, but it doesn't have that same tonality. I actually think, if you're a Christian, this should be of utmost importance to you, whether you think it's real or not. You need to read
Yep.
these 800 pages on the life of Jesus, and only can you make your assessment after.
Yep. Great way to put it. That's it. If you really like Jesus, if you consider yourself a Christian, a follower of Christ, then that means you need to study and you need to read this. This is the most in-depth, compelling version of Jesus' life that you can imagine.
Yeah.
Even if you don't believe it, read it. And then halfway through, you're going to be like, holy crap, dude. I don't.
Look, if the Urantia book is a complete work of fiction, you're still gonna thoroughly enjoy the life and teachings of Jesus as the greatest Jesus story you've read.
Oh, yeah. It has the missing years, his adolescent years. But whatever, get back to the point. The gospel of Jesus' wife, is that what it's called, right?
Or yeah, I don't know the formal
Okay.
name.
So this is from the Urantia book, speaking about, we're just trying to shed some light on these concepts. We don't just want to like bring them up and then leave you in the dark. Figure it out for yourself. Okay, there's a gospel of Jesus' wife. That's it. Now we want to kind of, go into the nooks and crannies. That's what we do here. So from the Urantia book, paper 127, part 5. Rebecca, the daughter of Ezra. Although Jesus was poor, his social standing in Nazareth was in no way impaired. He was one of the foremost young men of the city, very highly regarded by most of the young women. Since Jesus was such a splendid specimen of robust and intellectual manhood, and considering his reputation as a spiritual leader, it was not strange that Rebecca, the eldest daughter of Ezra, a wealthy merchant and trader of Nazareth, should discover that she was slowly falling in love with this son of Joseph. She first confided her affection to Miriam, Jesus' sister, and Miriam in turn talked all this over with her mother. Mary was intensely aroused. Was she about to lose her son, now become the indispensable head of the family? Would troubles never cease? What next could happen? And then she paused to contemplate what effect marriage would have upon Jesus' future career. Not often, but at least sometimes, did she recall the fact that Jesus was a child of promise. After she and Miriam had talked this matter over, they decided to make an effort to stop it before Jesus learned about it, by going directly to Rebecca, laying the whole story before her and honestly telling her about their belief that Jesus was a son of destiny, that he was to become a great religious leader, perhaps the Messiah. Rebecca listened intently. She was thrilled with the recital and more than ever determined to cast her lot with this man of her choice and to share his career of leadership. She argued to herself that such a man would all the more need a faithful and efficient wife. She interpreted Mary's efforts to dissuade her as a natural reaction to the dread of losing the head and sole support of her family. But knowing that her father approved of her attraction for the carpenter's son, she rightly reckoned that he would gladly supply the family with sufficient income fully to compensate for the loss of Jesus' earnings. When her father agreed to such a plan, Rebecca had further conferences with Mary and Miriam, and when she failed to win their support, she made boldly to go directly to Jesus. This she did with the cooperation of her father, who invited Jesus to their home for the celebration of Rebecca's 17th birthday. Jesus listened attentively and sympathetically to the recital of these things, first by the father, then by Rebecca herself. He made kindly reply to the effect that no amount of money could take the place of his obligation personally to rear his father's family, to fulfill the most sacred of all human trusts, loyalty to one's own flesh and blood. Rebecca's father was deeply touched by Jesus' words of family devotion and retired from the conference. His only remark to Mary, his wife, was, "We cannot have him for a son. He is too noble for us." So I just wanted to read that part. Rebecca was heartbroken. She refused to be comforted and importuned her father to leave Nazareth until he finally consented to move to Sepphoris. And after years, the many men and women who sought her hand in marriage, or many men sought her hand in marriage, but Rebecca had but one answer. She lived for one purpose, to await the hour when this, to her, the greatest man who ever lived, would begin his career as a teacher of living truth. And she followed him devoutly through his eventful years of public labor, being present, unobserved by Jesus, that day when he rode triumphantly into Jerusalem, and she stood among the other women by the side of Mary on that faithful and tragic afternoon when the Son of Man hung up on the cross. To her, as well as to the countless worlds on high, the one altogether lovely and the greatest among 10,000. Wow, so even the angels consider her the altogether lovely greatest amongst 10,000. So that's showing you that there was some romantic affairs. There had to be. You couldn't have gotten to that stage if they weren't somewhat talking or flirting. You know, this had probably been going on for a while. You don't get the entire families talking to each other. They probably kicked it for a bit. They were probably cool with each other. Or like Rebecca had to have been close to him to fall in love with him, you know?
If you say so.
The talk of the town. He had all the girls like listening to him as this great spiritual leader. The towns were small back then, you know? Like everybody knew everybody. So it just highlights the fact that people want to scratch that itch. What did Jesus have
For sure. Check this story.
A lover? And Rebecca was there when he
At
died.
the very least, he had a crush.
The women were there. The women were there when he died. You know, like even his own apostles fled. They ran away because they were scared, and a woman stood next to him the entire time. Mary Magdalene was one of those women. That's why people focus on Mary Magdalene, but the Bible doesn't really focus on Rebecca. And Rebecca was the actual one that I think people they want the Rebecca story, but their energy goes to Mary Magdalene. So I don't know, just some food for thought, something to chew on if you guys are hungry for some truth.
Yeah. And even, I mean, consider all form of love in relationships. They're really just a lower distortion of the sort of true cosmic love that comes from God the Father to all his children and created beings. So take that into context. And if Jesus is teaching us about God and give us an example of how does God love like his created beings, you know, Jesus before he incarnated, you know, we call him Michael. Michael is a word meaning who is like God. You know, he's an example of God. He's a manifestation of God within a form operating in the universe. In all of his interactions, he shows this love that brings a loyalty and a true like sense of familiarity and brotherhood. You know, discard all the people that just want to be around him because he does some miraculous things and heals people. It's these other accounts of how he interacts with people, even like interacting with the Gentiles. You know, the story of the woman at the well. You know, instead of judging this person for her relationship history and her personal history. He actually has like an inspiring encounter with her, and he treats her like a real person. And he doesn't take that judgment that exists in today's modern consciousness, and even at the time in Judaism that was there. He doesn't operate from that concept. And that is because he is showing us the way that God actually loves. And so you call that correct love. And correct love can be exercised in any type of relationship, not just a romantic relationship. Romantic relationships, obviously they teach us a lot about that because they have more requirements and more struggles, and more like direct lessons, because you're yoking up with people, you're working together, you're doing projects like raising a family together, you're much more involved. And so there's a lot of lessons of cosmic love within that. But Jesus was doing a lot of other stuff to express love and to know humanity and people. So yeah, definitely read more from this account on some of those things.
You got another clip?
For sure. And do you have any clips that you definitely want to show? Because I have basically 15 clips in total. I can even list off some of these things. So far, Wes has sort of debunked the Gospel of Barnabas, the Gospel of Jesus' wife, pointing out that they're both like fakes and forgeries. The next section that we can get into here that I think is going to be really interesting is really actually just criticisms on the character of God in the Old Testament. And like, is that actually God in the Old Testament, or is there some shenanigans going on? Like, why do we have to secede and believe that God is this sort of jealous, fiery character telling the Israelites to go to the promised land and take that land that's going to be yours? Why is that conception there? And believe it or not, Wes doesn't really respond, to the spiritual philosophy around that. And in standard Christianity, which I grew up in, the way that they describe is they're like, okay, God is changeless. He doesn't change over time. So how do we then look at the Old Testament God presented and then the New Testament way that Jesus presents God? How do we rectify those two characters? Because Jesus does not teach, the conception that you get of God as a personal father, who loves, is sort of at odds. And again, like I mentioned at the beginning of this interview, with this session, you have to come up with a lot of weird excuses to like explain that. And at the end of the day, the hard part for Christians is that they see the Bible as being written by God. They use the word inspired by God, but they really see it as being like ordained by God. And that leaves out the possibility that subjective human conceptions about God were written into the Bible and preserved, and that there's an evolution of the understanding of God over time. And this is one of the main problems for me with the modern Christian conception. And I think this is going to continue to reform over time. So yeah, here's Billy's critiques on the Old Testament. But D-Bake, you got something to say?
No, you can play Billy's critiques, and then I got some comments on the Old Testament, and they actually tie into New Testament, how they came into to be, I guess.
Fruition.
How did they manifest in our current dimension?
All right.
So let's go into the Old Testament a little bit. Predominantly, from my research, I discovered that a lot of information from the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation is a lot of in Genesis, a lot of the creation story that comes into Genesis. Not all of it, but because obviously it's Genesis is a much smaller version of a much bigger story. But it's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish
address it in a second,
and the 7 tablets of creation. The Epic of Atrahasis as well is also there in the Old Testament.
R.C. Smith,
several other tablets as well, Code upon Marabi and a few others have made it into that text. Sumerian cylinder scrolls that talk about the creation
Legacy
story.
FHP shirts that are now live. The link is in the description of this video. They're $30. We are only making a $9 profit. It takes us $21 to actually manufacture the shirt. That's if you're getting the small sizes. If you go up into the 2XL, I think we're only making like $5 off those. Whatever you contribute, if you buy a shirt, buy 2 shirts, buy 3 shirts, it is helping us get this message out to more people. Total 360 win. You get some dope swag to rock around the planet, and you help get the message out to the other brothers and sisters. So if you want to help us out, if you like what we're talking about, go check out them shirts. The link is in the description. Pick yourself up one so you can rep the Legacy FHP today. Also, if you are a new viewer, new listener, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. If you like what we're talking about, if it intrigues you in any way, shape, or form, and you want to stay up to date, just rub up against that subscribe button. And if you want, make sure you click that little notifications bell so that you do get notified when we drop. Back to the emergency broadcast.
Yeah, no, skipping a little ahead in this clip because it's a little bit long, but I do want to get into, so Billy has here at the end, he explains that he does believe in God. But Billy's kind of pointing out that he thinks,
the God of the Bible.
Well, he thinks the Old Testament is somewhat an amalgamation of other stories that existed from non-Judaism culture. And Wes just kind of pushes him. He's like, well, what are the exact quotes? And he basically gives like 2 quotes. He's like, well, the Enuma Elish, says, separated the waters from the waters. He's talking about the Genesis creation account. And Billy only really gives like 2 exact examples from his memory. I'm sure he has more, but it basically looks kind of weak in an argument as a debate. Yeah, here's Billy, giving a disclaimer. He's like, look, I believe in God, but here's why I think the Old Testament is a problem.
A totally different civilization with totally different religious beliefs. I do believe in God, by the way. Let me make this clear. I believe in God. I believe there's...
Sorry, I didn't know. Y'all didn't remind me to share.
Y'all,
yeah. You were just like silent that whole time.
I went to the bathroom. Remember?
Well, I wonder, so you started talking, so I was playing a clip for the people on the stream, and then you started talking over about the shirts, and I was like, what? I was like,
oh yeah.
And then I stopped playing.
Even aware you were streaming.
So sorry, guys.
That was great.
I thought you were just silent. That's why I started talking.
No, I was playing a clip. So that was because, this is the problem when we got to figure out maybe a better solution than Discord to do all this.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Okay, let me go back here.
But shirts are live.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Here we go. Billy says this.
Totally different religious beliefs. I do believe in God, by the way. Let me make this clear. I believe in God. I believe there's a creator of the universe. I believe that the mathematics, the quantum physics all proves that. The fact that we're here, I believe this universe is imbued with a divine energy and a divine spark that lives inside of all of us. I just don't believe that the God of the Bible is truly the creator of the universe.
I'm just curious, when you say that there are not just
Yeah, so I like that clip from Billy, because whenever you argue about these different things, it's like, one, base question, we're trying to understand people's biases. Like, okay, if you're an atheist, your argument is going to be structured around X, Y, Z. If we're just talking about apologetics, we're talking about the validity of the text. But what we're going to start getting into here is this is not just about apologetics. This is about the theology and the conception of God, how it forms over time. Is it how it's revealed in the Bible, how it was actually written? Hint, hint, it's not just like... Hint, hint, if God wanted to write the Bible, Jesus would have did it. He would have wrote something down and left it for us. But you notice that the way Jesus teaches is specific, it's parables. It's he who has an ear to hear, let him hear, that type of thing, where it's like you can kind of tell he's fighting to try and give people a better conception of God without just coming in and saying like, look, here's what's wrong about the Old Testament. And he says that. He's like, I come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
Yeah, that's a good point. He had to work with the material he was given, with the fertile soil of the religion of that day. But that is kind of the greatest answer to that question, is how do you justify the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament Bible? The difference is our interpretation of God over time. And ancient humans, that was our best conception of understanding God, is fearing the wrath of God, seeing him as like a tribal leader kind of thing. And as we evolve and develop, we refine our concept of God being a God of love and understanding.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, God is eternal. It's just our concepts of him change over time. I do like the fact that Billy is recognizing here that there are some inconsistencies with the love of God and the God of the Bible, the Old Testament, and somewhat Old Testament, somewhat New Testament, if you want to get into it, but whatever. I do want to bring up some quotes that kind of actually talk about what he's talking about, unless you wanted to. Unless you got something else.
Hopefully it's about the divine energy and the divine spark that lives within us, because
Yeah,
Billy's got
that-
half the story. We on this channel, we will never try and tell you that you are God. That's only a distorted way of teaching it. It does not help you in daily life, because you have subjective perception. You do not inherently know everything. If you did, you would be God. That's the only way that's possible. Our journey to know God retains our individuality, but we are subjective beings evolving throughout time and space. We are not God. We are not even inherently eternal, but we have the opportunity to be, because we are created in the image of God. But it's our choice through our free will if we're going to make that choice and actually live and seek the perception of God, which is available for all of us, but no one makes us choose that. God doesn't make us choose that. So, D-Big quotes.
That's a good point. Good point. And I wasn't actually going to go to the spark, but I do want to do a little. I want to address that subject before I dive into this, because this one's more boring. The divine. It is kind of cool how he does bring up the divine spark.
The divine spark
that is within us. We call it the pilot light, the light within. We talk about it a lot.
Fragment of infinity.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak in like woo-woo esoteric guru talk. I'm going to speak it to you just straight up. I'm speaking to you plainly. You have a glowing ball of light within your mind. You have a glowing, brilliant spark of divinity within your mind. Can you picture it? Can you see it? It's there. And this spark, it's always trying to tell you to do the best thing, to be the best person you can be, to do the right thing. Every time you choose your own egotistical ways of thinking and doing, say, no, just for me. I'm going to take from this person. No, I'm going to lie to this person. I'm going to exploit this person. That's you choosing not to listen to this spark. This spark was sent from the universal Father to live within you, and it is your anchor point in reality. It is actually attached like a magnet or spiritual gravity, and it's trying to pull you back to the Father. That's what Jesus said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. He's referring to that. That if you merge your personality with that spark, it will pull you with spiritual gravity towards the Father. I'll give you an example. It's like so the Urantia book calls it a thought adjuster. Unique term, unique way to put it, but once you realize that's exactly what it's doing, it's adjusting your thoughts. It can't just fully, negate your free will and start injecting concepts into your mind. It adjusts the thoughts that you currently have. If you learn more, you give it more to work with. It can only work with what it has. So if you don't have good mind concepts, it's having a harder time to adjust your thoughts to divinity. So let's think about thoughts for a second. A high thought such as, I want to help my brother become the best person they can be mentally, physically, and spiritually, and I want to do it with them so we both grow mentally, physically, and spiritually out of love. That thought has a high spiritual gravity, and you can feel it when you see it and you think it. You're like, oh, that's going to bring me closer to the Father. And the adjuster latches onto that and starts pulling you, and it starts adjusting all of your thoughts to try to focalize on that energy. If you're just thinking lie, cheat, steal, fuck hoes, I'm going to sell drugs, I need to get money, those are low thoughts. And those prevent you from that spiritual gravity. If you think about it, that keeps you down, locked into the physical dimension. Now your eyes are down here looking at material. You only care about material things. You want to grab booty and get cars and fucking all that shit. So those are low physical gravity thoughts as opposed to the high spiritual gravity thoughts, which is what the divine spark or the thought adjuster is trying to cultivate. And that's what Jesus was talking about. When he's talking about the kingdom of heaven is within you, you have a divine spark within you. And if you recognize it, like Billy Carson's talking about, it will overcome physical gravity, physical inertia. Gravity is what's keeping you down. And when you're lazy and depressed and you don't really have much to do, it's hard to get out of bed. That's that physical gravity holding you down. Or when people who are drug dealers call it the grind. Why do they call it the grind? Because they're fighting through physical gravity. They're white knuckling it. But if you wake up out of bed and say, I'm going to go to the best of my ability and help others do the same, it kind of takes away the inertia. You're no longer subject to physical gravity as much. You walk with your shoulders back and your chest up, and you're like, I'm going to get after it. So literally, the thought adjuster, when you think these high thoughts, you become under the influence of high spiritual gravity, which is counteractive to physical gravity, and it will bring you back to the universal Father. So this divine spark that Billy's talking about is probably the most potent concept that is brought up throughout this entire conversation.
I think that's the best thing I've heard him say.
Papyruses, and that's what my other quote was going to get into. Was going to get into the papyruses, how they came to be. But thanks for bringing up the thought adjuster concept. If you guys want to riff off of it,
if I could riff off of that real quick, I think one of the most powerful analogies Jesus gave was that you reap what you sow. This idea of planting a seed through your actions and cultivating that over time, and something can either blossom from it or you'll yield something nasty. But if you think about the mind as a garden, you have the garden of the mind. Are you going to let it get overgrown with weeds, or are you going to carefully cultivate and maintain that garden of your mind? And so this idea of the thought adjuster, this divine spark, it is a fragment of infinity. It is literally a fragment of God, the infinite creator, infinite intelligence. And so it's a way of conceptualizing God as not being way out there in the cosmos, and you pray to him at night and you hope your prayer floats up there and makes it to him and you hope he hears you, when in reality God is within each of us, experiencing our life on our time frame. And so all of our suffering, God's experiencing that as well. So it's completely fair. It's not like, why would God put me here to suffer? That's so unfair. God's suffering as well through us, but he's right here with us the whole time. And so thinking about your mind as a garden, if all you're putting in that garden is filth, that's really all you're going to be able to yield from it. And so that thought adjuster, that divine spark, that's all the material it has to work with. When you're focused, you're locked into survival mode. Your thought adjuster will try to guide you and uplift you, bring you towards other people and stuff. But if you're constantly learning and engaging and growing, your thought adjuster has a lot better material to work with. The way I like to think of it as a fragment of the source, if God is a source, and you can think of that as like a power source. We got this little electron in us moving us through a circuit back to the source, but along the way, it's uplifting us and we're making a bunch of stuff happen.
Yeah, love it, love it.
Powerful concept.
If y'all have not looked at the concept of the thought adjuster in the Urantia book, it is truly profound. That was one
Probably
of
the
my
best
favorite parts of the book, because it really changes your relationship in the daily way that you perceive how God exists in your life. It also, yeah, I mean, it's like it changes, I think, your idea of prayer. Is like when you're searching for truth, like there's a lot of different spiritual forces that are sort of available to help us. You know, Jesus talked about, he sent, what is now known as the Holy Spirit, or the Spirit of Truth. That was like a specific sort of consciousness, mental connection that he sort of made accessible to earth. And, there was a bunch of crazy things that happened at Pentecost, apparently, when that became accessible. And so it makes you question, like, well, were we cut off from God before that? Or like, what keeps us separated from God? And the thought adjuster concept is really that, like, it's really your own participation that keeps you separated from God. You have to want to tap into true universal concepts, rather than just taking everything up and just inventing it as you go, rather than just taking your morality from the relativism of the century that you live in. But
because God is timeless. Like, on that point, we don't have to figure it all out because we have the best resource available to us, infinite intelligence. God is omnipotent, omniscient. He sees the beginning from the end. He knows exactly where we can fit into this whole play that's unfolding. And so all we have to do is just tap in, tune into that. And that's what Jesus did when he would go off and retreat and commune with his heavenly Father, is he's asking, where do you want me right now? When you pray, when you meditate, you evaluate your station in life, where you're going, and you can kind of receive these insights kind of downloaded from above. I want to speak on this comment here by King Salmonfish. Interrelation is identity, separateness, and unity and paradox. So to speak on that, like, as I've tried to define spirit was always kind of a very vague, abstract concept to me, and then I think I finally got it. I feel like spirit is the space between. It's like the space between us and our interrelationship. Our relationship with others, with those close to us. And so as we practice spirituality, there's this idea you go off and meditate and work on yourself, and that's important only to make yourself more palatable and more serviceable to others. But ultimately, I think the goal of spirituality is relationships. Something I like to say is that just like the atoms in a crystal or the registers in computer memory, we serve our greatest function in relationship to each other. And I think spirituality on the greatest levels encompassing our relationship with our race, maybe with other races, with all the other intelligences in the universe, going all the way up. It's
Matt
finding
was
our
getting
place.
racial. Uh-oh.
The human race.
Sorry, I had to take care of something real quick.
You're good. I think we were talking about the thought adjuster, etc. Throw in some comments, but then I think the last thing you had was some quotes. Did you still want to go into those quotes?
Yeah. I hope we were able to shed some light on that thought adjuster concept. We can keep bringing it back up. We'll do more series about it, but because this is obviously focused around the biblical scholarship, the actual apologetics, and figuring out the papyri and the texts, I do want to shed some light on how all that came to fruition, how that came into manifestation. Sorry, we got some rogue actors in the building. So if you want to bring up Titular for the People, paper 97, part 8. And I'll wait a second so they can read along with us.
Got it.
So, okay, so this is from paper 97 of the Urantia book, part 8. It's called Sacred and Profane History. And this is talking about how the actual, what we consider the Bible, came to be. This is specifically talking about the Old Testament. I also want to read something about the New Testament too. It should blow your guys' freaking minds out. So, part 8. Paper 97 is actually called Evolution of the God Concept Among the Hebrews. So part 8 is Sacred and Profane History. The custom of looking upon the record of the experiences of the Hebrews as sacred history and upon the transactions of the rest of the world as profane history is responsible for much of the confusion existing in the human mind as to the interpretation of history. And this difficulty arises because there is no secular history of the Jews. After the priests of the Babylonian exile had prepared their new record of God's supposedly miraculous dealings with the Hebrews, the sacred history of Israel as portrayed in the Old Testament, they carefully and completely destroyed the existing records of Hebrew affairs, such as the doings of the kings of Israel and the doing of the kings of Judah, together with several or more or less accurate records of Hebrew history. So the Babylonian priests started when the Hebrews were in captivity under the Babylonians. Obviously, the Babylonians started stripping them of their previous records. In order to understand how the devastating pressure and the inescapable coercion of secular history so terrorized the captive and alien-ruled Jews that they attempted to complete rewriting and recasting of their history, we should briefly survey the record of their perplexing national experience. It must be remembered that the Jews failed to evolve an adequate non-theologic philosophy of life. They struggled with their original and Egyptian concept of the divine rewards for righteousness, coupled with the dire punishments for sin. The drama of Job was something of a protest against this erroneous philosophy. The frank pessimism of the Ecclesiastes was a worldly wise reaction to these over-optimistic beliefs in providence. But 500 years of the overlordship of the alien rulers was too much for even the patient and long-suffering Jews. Because remember, they were in captivity by the Babylonians and the Egyptians. They were enslaved for over 500 years, so they were getting sick of it. They were getting all their oral traditions and records destroyed. Their identity was getting destroyed. So the prophets and the priests began to cry, "How long, O Lord, how long?" As the honest Jew searched the scriptures, his confusion became worse confounded. An olden seer promised that God would protect and deliver his chosen people. Amos had threatened that God would abandon Israel unless they re-established their standards of national righteousness. The scribe of Deuteronomy had portrayed the great choice as between the good and the evil, the blessing and the curse. Isaiah the first had preached a beneficent king deliverer. Jeremiah had proclaimed an era of inner righteousness, the covenant written on the tablets of the heart. The second Isaiah talked about salvation by sacrifice and redemption. Ooh, that sounds kind of dark. Ezekiel proclaimed deliverance through the service of devotion, and Ezra promised prosperity by the adherence to the law. But in spite of all this, they lingered on in bondage, and deliverance was deferred. Then Daniel presented the drama of the impending crisis, the smiting of the great image and the immediate establishment of the everlasting reign of righteousness, the messianic kingdom. See, so it's showing you right there that there's multiple different viewpoints throughout the Hebrew history that shows that there's an evolution of the God concept. And these are all coming from different people. And that the Jews were in captivity and that this all was leading to their national identity. And all of this false hope led to such a degree of racial disappointment and frustration that the leaders of the Jews were so confused that they failed to recognize and accept the mission and ministry of a divine Son of Paradise when he presently came to them in the likeness of mortal flesh, incarnated as the Son of Man. The New Testament authors and later Christian writers further complicated the distortion of Hebrew history by their well-meant attempts to transcendentalize the Jewish prophets. Thus, the Hebrew history has been disastrously exploited by both Jewish and Christian writers. Secular Hebrew history has been thoroughly dogmatized. It has been converted into a fiction of sacred history and has become inextricably bound up with the moral concepts and religious teachings of the so-called Christian nations. So it's just telling you a little bit of backstory about how the Hebrews came to their sacred and profane history, just history of themselves versus the history of the surrounding tribes, and how the Hebrew scribes themselves started altering their own texts to make themselves look like the chosen people because they were enslaved for so long. They needed hope during that time. That's how the chosen people concept came around. If you want to pull up paper 95, part 2.
All right.
Part 210.
Okay.
Melchizedek teaching the Levant. It's just a little, one quick paragraph. 92, 5, 10. the concept of judgment in the hereafter for the sins of one's life in the flesh on earth was carried over into Hebrew theology from Egypt. The word judgment appears only once in the entire book of Hebrew Psalms, and that particular psalm was written by an Egyptian. And then one more, if you want to go to 9557, so same paper, but part 5. So 9557. And then this says that Akhenaten, the famous Egyptian pharaoh, the ancient alien theorists love Akhenaten, and I do too. He's a very interesting character because Egypt was a pantheistic religion, and he destroyed all those gods and said there's only one God and made it monotheistic. Very, very radical and controversial. He was the father of King Tut. So Akhenaten was wise enough to maintain the outward worship of Aten, the sun god, while he led his associates in the disguised worship of the one God, creator of Aten, the supreme father of all. This young teacher king was a prolific writer, being author of the exposition entitled The One God, a book of 31 chapters, which the priests, when returned to power, utterly destroyed. Akhenaten also wrote 137 hymns, 12 of which are now preserved in the Old Testament book of Psalms, accredited to Hebrew authorship. So it's going off, it's putting a further layer, it's diving in deeper onto how these actual scriptures and papyri that Wes Huff is so focused on, how these things came to be. There's another layer behind this. You can't just look at the paper themselves and be like, oh yeah, this is what they wrote down, this is what it is. You have to, I know it's almost impossible, you have to understand the history from a celestial point of view, from an angel who was there and got to see it from the top down. That's going to be the most accurate portrayal of events. Mm-hmm. And it's just showing how the Old Testament came to be. It's an amalgamation. I mean, a lot of people talk about this now. I don't know how exactly true it is, but it says, why do we say amen after every prayer? Because supposedly we picked that up when the Jews were enslaved by the Egyptians, because they said Amun after every prayer. They prayed to Amun Ra. Amun. And that's a holdover, amen. So there's a lot of, when people start to say that the Bible is the word of God, it's honestly just a record of human events that were also a record of celestially inspired events, and some of the records are actually records of celestial encounters and interactions. And that's just talking for the Old Testament. I do want to pull over to the New Testament in a second, but if you guys want to have any comments on Old Testament stuff.
I just wanted to say that was a good quote you managed to bring up there with Akhenaten. And
your video's off, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Figure people don't want to watch me eat biscuits and gravy. That's really cool, though, that an Egyptian prince, basically, his quotes made it into the Old Testament as some of the hymns.
Not an Egyptian prince, an Egyptian pharaoh.
An Egyptian pharaoh, Akhenaten. There's a lot of wisdom there, and it's cool to consider. There are origins to the Old Testament that predate. Okay, like some of the earliest stories in the Old Testament are probably like 6,000 years old. It's what looks like one book is actually a collection of records that have survived time and transmitted through all these different tribes and cultures and amalgamated in one place. When they put the Bible together in Rome, I guess they were collecting all the most relevant Hebrew scriptures they could find. Now, there is I think it's really interesting. Bill Cooper in the 90s had a series, Mystery Babylon, where he talks about this secret mystery religion, the ancient Babylon mystery religion. And it actually has encoded parts of, like, elements of some of the earliest elements of religion we had as human beings, which was sun worship, star worship, charting the constellations and all that for growing crops and all that. The zodiac and all that. And some of that made it into the Old Testament, like some of these symbolic stories and stuff. And so there are secret societies who view Christianity as a threat or like a fraud, like they're ripping off their Babylon religion, that kind of thing. And that's why there are some, I guess, adversaries who view Christianity as their biggest threat, but Christians are generally tend to see right through um, corruption and stuff like that. They're naturally skeptical. But all that is to say, that is often weaponized against Christianity. And many Christians aren't aware of some of these stories that have made it into the Old Testament. That would be
like blasphemous to say that like one of the authors of the Old Testament is an Egyptian scribe, an Egyptian priest, an Egyptian pharaoh. They'd be like, what do you mean? What do you mean? It was by God. It's the word of God.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile that?
That would be probably, we could probably do a whole episode on that sometime. Because there's a lot to dive into there, but that's just to say, Billy Carson has a point, that the Bible was written by humans. It wasn't manifested, floating in the air, written by God. It was mankind's greatest interpretation of God, poetically expressed throughout the ages. And there are a lot of stories that have survived and have been retold through oral tradition and have been encoded in the Bible. And no doubt, a lot of those stories have reappeared in other cultures. I mean, like the Lucifer Rebellion and the story of, Caligastia's Staff of 100, as it's told by the Sumerians as the Anunnaki and all that, is also told in a weird, garbled kind of way in the Greek and Roman pantheon with Zeus and his whole hierarchy of gods, or
connection,
Jupiter and Mars and all that kind of stuff. It's like, the Incans have similar stories, like all these different cultures throughout the world. And it's just interesting. It's like being echoed through cultures across time. And it just, it's the game of telephone. The story changes as it's passed around.
Yeah, and we got a juicy episode coming at you soon. It is the Incan Jewish connection. Ooh,
I like
not gonna
that.
reveal too much right now. It's anything to take, Chilla? About the Old Testament?
Yeah, I actually think I want to play this clip here. This is only about a minute, and it's basically they kind of get into this. The host actually. Here's some interesting insights from the host. So share my screen for you guys. Don't want to leave you out.
We'll suffer through
I'll
it.
start plugging shirts if you do.
Yeah. All right. So in this part of the conversation, the host is just explaining the problems that he has with the Old Testament, and he's like, why would God write the Bible like this? So here we go. Actually, let's see. Is this let's start back here.
My personal opinion on this whole thing, I just let me get this out because we keep going over the same rhetoric over and over again. My personal opinion is that the biblical text is a good book. Like I've said, I've got videos. My number one video on Twitter has me saying this. It's good text because if you actually apply some of the information that's in the Bible, you can get a good result, like you have done, Mark. So because you can get a good result, but there's a lot of misinformation in the Bible. There's a lot of false information that's copied from ancient text. And if you go by that text, all of a sudden you end up with 400 years of slavery. You end up with abuse. You end up with divide and conquer tactics that separate people. You end up with people thinking that they're the chosen ones and they're the chosen people. And we've been promised this promised land so we can eradicate another race of people because this is our land, because God promised it to us. You have people that want to go on the papal inquisitions and torture and kill and murder over 80 million people. You have the American Holocaust, 111 million indigenous natives slayed. You have all this going on because of this text, which is set up so contradictory throughout its path across time. You get into the New Testament, slavery is still being condoned in the New Testament.
Was it?
So they keep going into kind of that thing, that kind of line of questioning is like, how slavery is a concept. Now here's the clip where the host is sort of questioning, why would the Bible be written like this?
I would be. I love. By the way, I love that this is respectful. I don't feel this is all just three grown-ups talking in a healthy way.
I appreciate this.
And I think this is going to give us but this is where you and I sitting down in a room, I would be like, great that you came to that, but like, what were the methodologies did you use to conclude that him saying the slave be the master to the slave, you're able to interpret it meaning that he's meaning that? Because I was also raised in the church, and I would question when they're like, oh, in the old days when they said women don't wear jewelry, that's a sin. You would know the exact verse.
Yes.
And then they're like, oh, but that was just written because at that time that was what they did. But then the next week they're telling me, but if you believe in the Bible, you either believe in all of it or none of it. I'm like, well, how come you're just... And they're like, but it's okay for women to do that. Now, those are the things where it's like, we've got to be honest here. Like, if you're respectfully challenging Billy, Billy's going to go and do research and be like, okay, now I want to see how to have, because we're all critical thinkers. Those things seem to just get so blindly pushed over when they're like, but that doesn't apply now. And it's like, I think there's more common ground than people think, and some of your words have recall, but also, like, it's weird to me to think that he would be like, women aren't allowed to wear jewelry and this crap. And then Jesus came and he's like, none of that matters. And then for them to be like, that only made sense then, but now it doesn't apply. But believe everything.
Right. So this is what's referred to.
You know what? Like,
So this is
this is why, like, I'm always like,
So there's a discipline called hermeneutics, and that's the methodology of interpretation.
So I'll stop it here because I want to kind of fast forward. Check out the original debate on Wes's channel if you want to see everything about these clips. But here is the sort of explanation that the Christians like don't want to say out loud. Because here's the thing, the theologians, they know that this issue is there because they study the text and they see it at the most. But the mainstream conception is sort of very much behind. The mainstream conception is literally like, God wrote the Bible. It's the living word of God, where it's like the word of God. Like, well, one, did the writers of every single book in the Bible, did they intend their writing to be counted as the word of God when they wrote it? Right? It's like, you take my journal from today, 500 years from now, and suddenly they're like calling it the word of God just because I did spiritual content on YouTube and people liked it and we got 1 million followers. That doesn't seem right.
That's a good point.
Like, out of all the Old Testament writers and the New Testament writers, did any of them make the claim that their text that their writing was infallible? No.
I don't think so.
The reason there's a modern conception for that is that let me kind of put it blatantly. You're idolizing the written word over the living word of God, because the written word is something in front of you that you can hold, and it can teach you and it can explain things. And you want to believe that God literally wrote that and shows every single word so that you don't have to doubt it. But humans also wrote the Bible. And so we recognize that, but you're still trying to have that other concept that God wrote the Bible. And so you say, okay, it was divinely inspired, meaning that everything that the humans wrote was somehow still correct. The last thing you're leaving out is human philosophy. The humans that wrote these books, they were sincere. They weren't trying to trick you, but they also had a subjective understanding of God based on their worldview at the time, based on their history, based on their personal experiences, and they wrote it down. So it really doesn't take away from the Bible, but the Bible and the original authors in the Bible do not all claim that God like wrote that through them.
Yeah, it kind of takes a little responsibility off thinking critically when you can just write it all off as it is written, as it is a perfect text written by God, because it takes a little more, I guess, mental capacity to read through everything in the Bible on a case-per-case basis and interpret the divinity content of each phrase. You know, I mean, like, some of that stuff in there is pretty brutal. You know, David wheeling around a wheelbarrow full of foreskins, or the teaching of giving a burnt offering of an animal because otherwise it's ceremonially unclean, and don't touch a dead body because it's ceremonially unclean and you might become cursed. And it's teaching primitive people about bacteria and cleanliness practices, and like that one whole paper there, it was basically teaching people to cook their food before eating it and don't eat certain animals if they're diseased, but primitive people at that time didn't have a conception of that stuff, so that was the best way they could understand it.
Now, you just said that about the animal sacrifice thing. Here's another funny thing that might kind of irk you, but it's kind of true. Animal sacrifice in any other religion, the Christians see that as like whoa, you sacrificed an animal.
You guys are
like, oh, the Wiccans over here are killing a cat for their spell, and they're doing an animal sacrifice. Oh, that's crazy. That's sinful. That's demonic.
The Haitians are eating our pets.
But now, in the Christian Old Testament, you're totally fine with the idea of animal sacrifice because you believe in a concept called original sin, which is a worldview. It's a philosophy about the sin of Adam being passed on to all his progeny, and that we're in a fallen state, that we fell from utopia, is the sort of ideas that come along with, and that we need a substitution for our sin in order to get into heaven. When even clearly in the Old Testament it says, Abraham was saved by faith. Well, that actually I think Paul says that in his writings. Abraham saved by faith. He's not saved by animal sacrifices. Here's the hard part to get around, though. When you read the Old Testament and you think that God wrote it directly, then you can come up with this thing, oh, God told them to do animal sacrifices. Problem with that is animal sacrifices were happening in a bunch of religions at the time. They even happen now today in primitive religions. It's even modern Judaism, they've gotten rid of animal sacrifice. They don't even accept Jesus as being for that reason. And they still have gotten rid of animal sacrifice because they know it's not really necessary. I'd like to get a perspective from, a Hebrew scholar on why they stopped animal sacrifice.
They still sacrifice.
Animal sacrifice?
Yeah, that's part of their thing. They get the goat out, split the throat, fucking for every one of their holidays. I wish I had it
for a holiday, but they don't do temple sacrifices anymore, right?
Good question.
There's no way. I mean, look, I guess I haven't double checked on that, but that's almost like saying, that's like a traditional thing. There's a tradition where it's oh, we have a meal and there's the animal, but they're not going every Sunday or something to the temple, learning about God and be okay, we got to sacrifice the dove in church.
Oh, hey, the eclipse that just happened not too long ago, and the red heifer, there's all the conspiracies about the red heifer. They're going to sacrifice the red heifer as this perfect cow, and if they do it on the holy mount, then something will happen. I don't know.
Okay.
There are, at the very least, some sects that still practice that.
Gotcha.
Okay, I think you're right. They stopped for the most part.
Yeah.
It's only for special circumstances. Yeah.
Gotcha. And so yeah, here's my thesis on this. Abraham was taught by Melchizedek about God, but Abraham was also a man of his time, and he was involved in the other religious concepts at the time, and a big one was animal sacrifice. And so Abraham, he did not want to let go of animal sacrifice, even though it wasn't, when Melchizedek taught him about the one true God, he didn't teach him that animal sacrifice was necessary, but that was important to Abraham, and he wasn't willing, he couldn't just give that up. He thought that was important. And that's why he taught that and continued in that practice. That's why you have the story of Abraham, thinking that he needs to sacrifice his son as an offering to God and really, contribute his life. Where, that story in the Bible, it kind of makes God look a little crazy because he's as if he's telling Abraham, and he's testing him, sacrifice your son. If you really believe in me, sacrifice your son. And yeah, it does, modernly, when you look at Jesus, what Jesus taught about God, it seems kind of weird. wow, did that actually happen? And at the end of the day, Abraham may have thought that's what God told him because he believed in animal sacrifice and he was, very zealous about that. But guess what? At the end of the story, God says, no, you don't need to sacrifice your son. So the end result of the story is like pointing out that even if in Abraham, say this story is like a factual, Abraham thought he had to sacrifice his son at a moment. He thought that God was telling him to do this. He had zeal and to do this, but then God steps in and says, no, you don't actually have to sacrifice your son. In the story, though, he provides a lamb that is like caught in the bush, and he's like, sacrifice that instead. So you still it still kind of flips back to the traditional thing. You still gotta,
I need to sacrifice something.
Yeah.
Man, can you imagine being an angel tending to primitive humans and trying to like that's the best you got to work with? I mean, they're basically always going on a bad trip, and you're just trying to coax them out of sacrificing or killing something. Like, all right, at least do this animal instead of your son.
Oh Lord, we need to shed blood. No, you don't. But we need to. But like, I like how Wes also talks about, if you're looking at it from a biblical scholar perspective, you need to understand it in the context of the people and who it's written for. He says it on the Rogan podcast and this one. The Bible is written to us, not for us, right? Or the other way around.
Written for us,
it's not,
but not
written
to us.
for us, not to us. Yeah. That story that you say with Abraham, that was a big point of contention during this debate about Billy brought it up. Like, that doesn't seem godlike. Like, why would he make you go to sacrifice your own son? That doesn't. In that day and age, that was probably well, I mean, I guess the story is negated because the goat sacrifice at the end, but that was kind of like a progressive, like you kind of like, if everybody's sacrificing things and you're like in the sacrifice culture, and then you write a story like, God wanted me to sacrifice my kid. Not everybody's like,
Sacrifice culture.
Oh yeah, it's a big deal. He's going to sacrifice his kid. And then you don't. That's like a message saying you don't need to sacrifice.
It's a message against, human sacrifice, which is like the ultimate.
Yeah.
Okay.
When religions get really
point.
distorted and they start, what do they? The Aztecs did it. They're like rivers of blood, just taking the hearts out of people, like crazy stuff.
Yeah.
While they're alive.
Yeah.
So that's a good example of something that doesn't make that much sense to us today when we read it in the Bible, but had a whole different relevance and meaning to people maybe 1,000 years ago. It's like that whole book Leviticus that we're talking about. Like, most of the stuff in there doesn't apply to us today. And Wes Huff actually brings up that point too. He says, I believe it was Wes Huff who made that point, that a lot of the parts of the Bible aren't written for, how do you say it? They aren't written to you, but they're written for you. I think that's how he put it.
Yep.
Yeah. So let me. Should I play Billy's explanation here? Of kind of the stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So the host is like, why would God write the Bible like this? And Billy goes,
But we have something we keep saying here. God didn't put that in the Bible. Men put this stuff in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was some of the old, I'm telling you, Billy, it's for me, I think he'll get back. If it wasn't for, sorry, we got you back on, Wes.
Yeah.
What an entrance.
I understand what you're saying, Mark, but what I'm saying is, I think we're missing a big point here. The point that I'm trying to make here is that the Bible is written by people, men who are extremely flawed. And the evidence of that is what they did, what they took the information that's in that biblical text and what they did with it globally to other human beings, and how they even wrote about it in the Bible, how they enslaved and tortured people in the biblical text. So in that case, even in the book of Deuteronomy, which is one of the most brutal books out there, where everything is given okay to rape women, kill women, kill
it's
children.
so hard to read that.
If one person talks against your Lord, go to that town and kill the whole town, burn the town down.
So brutal.
It's just too much. Like I said,
turns people into salt.
The killing in the Bible is not being done by Satan. That's why I don't care about. I don't believe in demons and all this other kind of stuff. Moses goes to the top. He talks to God. He gets his tablet. The first commandments are, "Thou shalt not kill." He comes down. As soon as he sees the people making a golden calf, he kills most of them. It's just like,
and I've learned with some of these.
Such a good point.
See, that's what's crazy about this is they're both right, but they're having this conflict of personalities.
Yeah, but because Billy is conceptually right in the mind spirit triad, which you can't touch, and Wes is in the physical triad, which you can touch, people resonate with it more.
Yeah.
Touch the papyrus,
Yeah.
And the host even goes into, he's even like, why would God even sacrifice his own son? They don't get into possible explanations of the atonement doctrine and the arguments about that. But actually, spoiler alert, the reason we have the concept that Jesus's main mission was that God sent him here to literally die on the cross so that our sins could be forgiven, so we could get into heaven and be redeemed. The only reason that was accepted and made sense to the Hebrews was because the doctrine of original sin and animal sacrifice that had lived up from the time of Abraham. All those years, animal sacrifice was considered relevant, considered a sort of example of something necessary because of this original sin from Adam. When we were not created to be perfect at the start. Notice in the Garden of Eden, in the creation story, even in Genesis, God didn't create a utopia. When he creates things, he says it's good. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good, it's very good. He doesn't say it's perfect, he doesn't say it's utopia, and his command to Adam and Eve is to subdue the earth and multiply it. Be fruitful and multiply. Subdue the earth. You don't need to subdue a utopia. If everything's perfect just the way it is, you don't need to subdue. Subdue is when you have a raw environment that is unperfected. It is good at its core and its purpose that it was created for. And we were given this dominion to rule over the fish, rule over the animal, name the animals,
shrimp,
create civilization. That's Adam and Eve's mandate. And somehow we have this alternative story that creates a guilt complex that we were created in a perfect place and we had a perfect relationship with God. And because we used our free will to choose to ignore God, that now we're fallen and now we can only get back to God through this animal sacrificial concept that eventually leads us to believe that Jesus had to die on the cross, that was his mission. And it puts God in a certain position where you have to come up with these theologies and say, oh, it must be the justice of God that demands the sacrifice of one of his innocent sons in order so that he can forgive his non-innocent sons.
How dark.
It is, it's dark, but I'm trying to like I said, I grew up with Christianity. So these concepts, they make sense when you're taught that in a vacuum. But when you look for a better conception of God and you find these answers, it lifts a weight off your shoulder. And I hope that's what I'm getting across here for everyone in the comments and everyone on the live stream. We have about 15 viewers, but we're talking about really heavy subjects that I personally think, the reformation of Christianity is going to go through at some point in or another. You can't not. The religion and the understanding of God is always evolving, and eventually we're going to get to it. But for the individual, for the viewer, just get to it now. I'm telling you, that's Pilgrim's Progress and a weight off your back if you get this concept. If you look at it for yourself and you kind of realize that, look, here's a basic example. Earthly father, for anyone that has kids, when one kid does something wrong, in order to forgive that kid, do you have to punish your other kid that didn't do something wrong? Be like, right. Look, Timmy, you disrespected your mom, and I can't take that. We can't take that. We're your parents. You disrespected us. You disobeyed us, and because of that, we're gonna spank your brother, Jacob. Of course, Timmy's like, whoa.
No, we're gonna hang him on a cross.
Oh, we're gonna kill your brother. Yeah. It gets that crazy. We're gonna kill your brother, but once that happens, we can forgive you.
We're good. That's fucking insanity. That's some crazy shit. That's some meth heads out in deep Appalachia shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, when you see it like that, it's really like, wow. And so here's the premise again. Earthly fathers, they don't need to do that to forgive the kid that did wrong. They just forgive them. Because that's what forgiveness is. It's not that they deserve it. It's that it's like mercy. It's granted. It's cosmic love. And that's what Jesus taught in the story of the prodigal son. Notice in the prodigal son story, there is not a sacrifice required for the father to accept his son back into the fold. And that's it right there.
Good point. He answers it in the prodigal son. Exactly.
Yeah,
And
so wild.
Passionately put, you're out here like Rambo, crawling under the barbed wire right now, delivering those truths. Amen. The way you said that was fire. Riffing off what you said, atonement doctrine. I'm not going to hit it too long because I can talk about it forever, but
At 1 minute.
I'm just gonna do with the cosmic concept. So planet Earth, we're alive. Evolution, single cell organism pops up. Whoop, human beings pop up. Cool, now we're alive. So evolution, sweet, right? Every planet goes through this, and when the human being appears, sorry, I'm not talking to the mic. When the human being appears, the first angel will land and teach the human beings. That angel is called Caligastia, or the Anunnaki story. After a while, the second angels appear. They're Adam and Eve's. That's the Adam and Eve story from the Bible. And then another angel appears to keep teaching them. Melchizedek, Jesus. And on a regular planet, our planet's not regular, it's irregular. It's a rebellion planet because Lucifer rebelled and he was in charge of our sector. But let's imagine a planet not in rebellion. When the first angel lands, he stays. Adam and Eve land and they integrate their staff. And now the first angel and Adam and Eve are dispensing truth to the planet. They wait X amount of time, and then their higher angel, like a Jesus or something around that dimensional level, will appear. Then Jesus would have integrated his staff with Adam and Eve and the Anunnaki staff. And they would have all been like one super organization, the planetary headquarters, and they would have been dispensing truth to the cosmos. That's how it's supposed to be. Nowhere in this cosmic setup does it say we need to kill these angels that land on our planet. If we didn't kill Jesus, he would have stayed and kept preaching, kept administering to us.
That's something I've thought about. Is Jesus probably didn't have to die, but he kind of saw his options and he just kind of accepted his fate, and he knew it was going to send a message, I guess. He did what he had to do, but I don't think it's because God necessitated his blood sacrifice. It's just he's getting that full human experience. Death is a part of it. He's going to show people, like, this is what you want to do to me? All right. I'm not going to be the guy that's going to go.
I don't know.
You dropped out.
Lost a little bit. But yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Exactly. Like, we didn't need to kill Jesus. I know that sounds crazy. I don't know. I don't even understand how that's a controversial point. I mean, I do understand it because of the Old Testament and prophecies, and you need a sacrifice. We just talked about it for 15 minutes. I get it, but it doesn't make sense that that's a controversial topic. In my head, it's clear. We didn't have to kill him. Jesus would have stayed alive. We killed him, and we stopped him from staying on planet. There was no need to kill him. I guarantee you, even before Michael came and incarnated as Jesus, they're like, hey, dog, you sure you want to go to Earth? You sure you want to go to Urantia? Because they're probably going to kill your ass. And he's like, fuck it, I gotta go anyway. And that's the most gangster shit you could do.
Right. See, I'm sorry.
Because of the truth.
My camera
dropped out a little bit. No big deal.
Yeah, my camera cut out for a second. I was just going to say, it just speaks to Jesus's character that he's not going to be the guy to run for the hills and hide. He's just going to face his fate head on, even if it's the worst fate.
Even if it's barbarian backwoods humans in the deepest, darkest part of the cosmos. He's like, fuck it. And they're like, they're going to kill you, dog. If you try to reveal yourself, they will kill you. And he's like, put me on a cross.
What I got to do. Yeah, exactly.
And he got put on the cross. So that's gangster. I like looking at the atonement doctrine. I think that sounds way better than he had to get sacrificed for my sin. That's weak. It's passive. No, it's like, I like what we're talking about, that go-getter after, like, even from my point of view, put me in the shit, put me in the dirt, put me in the darkness so I can radiate the light. That's how I feel, because that's how the master chose. And by him choosing that way, it's more inspirational to you, to your life. So I like that. The second point of view that I kind of picked up along my journey, somebody said this to me a while ago. I thought it was clever. And it was like, if Jesus needed to die in order to fulfill the prophecy, then they could have just killed him when he was a baby. And he would have fulfilled the prophecy, you know. He didn't need to grow up. Like if all he
wouldn't
needed to
have
do
been
was
able
show
to
up on
teach us
Earth and be
anything.
killed, like
Like,
yeah, you know.
no one would have even known about him as a character, you know.
Yeah, and exactly, and there's no need for him to live. He could have just got killed, then humans would have been saved, and we're all good now.
That's
you know?
hilarious.
But, so
Yeah,
That's a good
and
thought experiment there.
Corbin, I see your comments in the chat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for interacting.
I have to reply to Corbin too.
So So one of Corbin's comments here was, he was put here to be sacrificed. He even says, "Father, you have forsaken me."
Ooh, bring
So
up the quote.
That's his
yeah,
human,
we should
his
probably
human
look at that.
element conflicting, you know, his mental confliction, because he is in a human body, he's got emotions. So in the Garden of Gethsemane, he's going through this very deep turmoil and conflict. He knows what he has to face. And he has this divine side, but he also has this relatable human side that are kind of clashing. Just like what happens within each of us, you know, we got our human and our kind of higher self, thought adjuster kind of element that are always in conflict. But for Jesus, it was infinitely greater. You know, he's the creator of our universe in a human body in the most barbaric of ages, you know? So, I mean, yeah, he's just having this inner conflict.
Oh, interesting theory. So Corbin says Jesus put the devil in Judas to get the sacrifice in motion, and kissed him.
Whoa.
So,
Ooh.
yeah. So I'd like to just kind of say that, Corbin, we know that what we're talking about right now is not easily accepted in traditional Christian doctrine. But if any of you, watching, if you want to dive into this more, you should watch a documentary called, I think it's called it's called American Gospel, Christ Crucified. Let me put this in the chat. The documentary goes through, let's see, American Gospel, Christ Crucified. It presents these arguments, because this is a really big subject. I think it's of utmost importance, but yeah, I mean, we don't think that. Yeah. Anyway, so actually, let me just get to a quote here. So, apparently, in the universe at large, our planet is known as the world of the cross, because we had the highest celestial son incarnate here, and he was teaching us the highest truth. And within a couple years of his public ministry, we murdered him.
Yeah.
Yep.
And to the rest of the universe, that looks insane.
They were shocked and horror, like, "Whoa, what have you done? Why?"
Yeah.
Because that Son of God could have lived many years longer and taught so much more. Could have like changed the entire planet. Could have made a teaching core much larger than the 12 disciples. You know, he already did do that. He built a lot of like teaching cores, but he could have done so much more.
He built us, Legacy FHP. We're an offshoot of that.
Yep.
So my a question to kind of put out to you is actually, what was more important, the life of Jesus or the death of Jesus?
Damn. What holds more value?
Yeah, and so the death of Jesus, even though it looks like a merciful act, think of all the things he did in his life, the way that he interacted with people, the love that he expressed, the way that he showed his disciples to not judge the non-Judaic peoples, the Gentiles. You know, you go out to the whole world. This is not just for the Jews. This is for everyone. That was his life. His death was one thing that happened, and we have a specific interpretation about it because of a theology and philosophy that the Jews really believed. So here's the quote. When the bestowal sons, creator or magisterial, enter the portals of death, they reappear on the third day. But you should not entertain the idea that they always meet with the tragic end encountered by the creator son who sojourned on your world 1900 years ago. The extraordinary and unusually cruel experience through which Jesus of Nazareth passed has caused Urantia to become locally known as the world of the cross.
Yeah.
It is not necessary that such inhuman treatment be accorded a son of God, and the vast majority of planets have afforded them a more considerate reception, allowing them to finish their mortal careers, terminate the age, adjudicate the sleeping survivors, and inaugurate a new dispensation, without imposing a violent death. A bestowal son must encounter death, must pass through the whole and actual experience of mortals of the realms, but it is not a requirement of the divine plan that this death be either violent or unusual. And that is actually answering a question that people have. Did Jesus need to incarnate on other planets? Because it's talking about when these sons of God, go to these planets and incarnate, they have to live a normal mortal life, and they do have to die a physical death, but they do not have to be put through these brutal murder scenes, crucifixion. They normally just live out their lives, and they teach. They teach the reality of God.
Yeah, I can't find the quote right now in the Urantia book, but it says that even Satan himself couldn't look at the cross. They shuddered when they looked at the sight of Jesus on the cross. Like, they couldn't believe how animalistic the humans were.
That's a UB quote that the angels.
Yep. Referring to the devil or Satan himself. Yeah.
Shoot. That kind of connects to that quote of like, Father, you have forsaken me. The idea of God turning his face away.
Oh,
because
I found
it was but I'm even talking about like, you're kind of talking about the angels sort of like not looking because of how bad it was.
Yeah. Shows you that, yeah, even Satan and the devil couldn't believe how savage we were as humans. Like, damn, you didn't have to do it. You don't have to do it like that. But okay, so talking to my brother Corbin, talking about the Jesus on the cross. See, when he said, "Father, Father, why have you forsaken me?" It's a very famous quote. The Urantia book sheds light on it. It says 187.5.2. It's funny that paper 187 is the crucifixion. 187.
Oh, sorry. You want me to pull up a quote?
Yeah, for the people if you want.
Yeah, say it again.
187.5.2. And it says, shortly after 1 o'clock, amidst the increasing darkness of the fierce sandstorm, Jesus began to fail in human consciousness. His last words of mercy, forgiveness, and admonition had been spoken. His last wish concerning the care of his mother had been expressed. During this hour of approaching death, the human mind of Jesus resorted to the repetition of many passages in the Hebrew Scriptures, particularly the Psalms. The last conscious thought of the human Jesus was concerned with the repetition in his mind of a portion of the book of Psalms known as the 20th, 21st, and 22nd Psalms. While his lips would often move, he was too weak to utter the words as these passages. He was too weak to utter the words as these passages, which he so well knew by heart, would pass through his mind. Only a few times did those standing by catch some utterance, such as, "I know the Lord will save his anointed. Your hand shall find out all my enemies," and, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Jesus did not for one moment entertain the slightest doubt that he had lived in accordance to the Father's will. And he never doubted that he was now laying down his life in the flesh in accordance to the Father's will. He did not feel that the Father had forsaken him. He was merely reciting in his vanishing consciousness many scriptures, among them this 22nd Psalm, which begins with, my God, why have you forsaken me?" And this happened to be one of the three passages which were spoken with sufficient clearness to be heard by those standing by.
Wow. Give me
So
chills.
that's where that passage comes from. It's according to the Bible that's the last thing he said. He looked up and said that, and then it was done, and his spirit went up. He really wasn't proclaiming that. He wasn't thinking that. He wasn't feeling that. He was just reverting back to his old thoughts that he learned probably when he was a boy in Hebrew school, just saying, just repeating shit. So
it's kind of like it's also like he's being tortured on the cross and slowly dying. It's like, what do you do with your mind to like take the mind off of those things, those feelings? He's reciting verses. It's really interesting how much that makes sense. And it even is to back it up. They're saying there's a psalm. That'd be interesting to find that psalm. It says among them this 22nd psalm.
It's in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's type in my God, why have you forsaken me? It'll pop up. I might have to leave in a couple minutes, so because I do got swim class today, but I'm gonna go check right now if we have it.
Okay. So here it is. I did find it. This is actually just go to Psalm 22 to find this. To the choir master, according to the doe of the dawn, a psalm of David. My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from saving me from the words of my groaning? Oh my God, I cry by day, but you do not answer, and by night I find no rest. Right there. So you can either take him saying that on the cross as evidence for God putting all of humanity's sins on Jesus so that he could atone, and then finally God could forgive, or you have this explanation. Now you have both stories. So interesting data here, very interesting data. I think we can move on to
how long do you guys got
next up? Yeah, let's see here. We're about 2 hours and 30 minutes in. Are you still good?
I don't care. I'm still good. I can just fucking keep going if you're down.
Yeah, let's keep going. This is a mega stream.
Yeah, because I still have a lot of shit to say.
Yeah, you got stuff to say. Cool. Yeah. So
all right, let's go. I'm here.
Okay.
No swim lessons.
Okay. Here's I think my my last video, and then D-Bake's probably got some clips. Here Billy Carson is, his true heart shines through, and he says that he thinks the true God is far above the Old Testament insanity, and we think that as well. But we understand this is a delicate subject. But if you review it sincerely and you use some of these revelatory sources, you can start to get an actual conception of why these concepts have been distorted for so long, and how changing these concepts and your view can actually improve your life immensely. So here's this from Billy. Let me share it with you guys. All right, that's up, and here we go.
The point that I'm making here, I got to say something before I get out of here, is the Bible is full of contradictions. The biggest problem that we have is we're dealing with a civilization on this planet that is psychologically impaired. Human beings are psychologically impaired. This entire planet, we're living on an insane asylum. Earth is an absolute insane asylum. Mental illness has spread throughout the planet Earth like a complete virus. And when you take a text like the biblical text, knowing that human beings globally are mentally ill, this entire planet is a mental insane asylum. And I'm talking everyone, all 8 billion, whatever number of people we have now, are all mentally ill. And what I mean is there's different levels of mentally ill. We all have trauma that we're not dealing with. We all have internal issues. We all have situations that shadow work that needs to be done. And some people are at higher levels of mental illness than others. Most of us are functional mental illness people. But when you take a look at the biblical text and you start going through this information, and it's the way that it's laid out, it becomes a proponent of more divide and conquer tactics. It becomes a proponent of racism. It becomes a proponent of slavery. It becomes a proponent of all these things that are dark and ill, including murder and killing in the name of God, which has been done how many millions of times? So my thing about the biblical text is it actually authored by the creator of the universe, or is it authored by the dark forces of, maybe, if this Satan is real, Satan himself? And the reason why I say that is because
That's interesting.
all-knowing, all-loving God, omnipotent and omniscient, that is creating not only this universe, probably most likely multiple universes, because a creator never stops creating, especially with infinite power, is now at some point going to author a text that is going to allow human beings to misinterpret it and take it in his name and begin to slay people, torture people, and enslave people worldwide, to claim that you're chosen ones, to set up a state of chosen people, and then to even claim that you have chosen land, and to torture and kill even more people, women and children, in modern times, still going on to this very day. To me, that doesn't seem like a very intelligent being, especially a being that knows the beginning and the end. So if you know the beginning and the end, you have a certain level of foreknowledge. You have advanced knowledge that goes beyond. You know what's the ending before the end even occurs. So you set up everything for success. Why? Because a genius solves problems before they happen. And I'm going to drop the mic on that.
Amen. He leaves right there, right?
He does drop that mic.
He walks away. He literally takes off.
That was his mic drop.
Yeah. And part of his live stream, he actually complains a lot that Wes Huff would drop out in the middle of Billy Carson making points, which happened a good 2-3 times.
Yeah.
And he kept saying he didn't know if that was on purpose or not. It was probably just technical difficulties, but
I think it was. It looked like
it just sucks that every time you're trying to retort or make a point, he just disappears. You're like, what the fuck?
I can see why he's frustrated. He's got a point. I'll let y'all say what you want to say, but I got some thoughts on that.
Good, go ahead.
Well, I got my own personal little conspiracy theory. I'm not going to say this is the definitive truth of what's happening, but it's kind of a little theory I've kind of been touching on in my mind lately as I'm trying to work through things. But I have speculated, what if the teachings of Christ, as it's been crystallized in Christianity, and then as Christianity has moved forward throughout the world, what if that has been hijacked by malevolent, rebellious forces in the way of what we see as like the Spanish Inquisition, the conquistadors, and the Middle Ages, where the cathedrals would have dungeons in the basements and all that kind of stuff. The like stuff going on with the Catholic Church. I don't even need to get into that. I've speculated, what if all of that is there to tell a different story? And I'm just kind of speculating, spitballing here, but what if Lucifer is playing a game of telling a grand story over many ages, so that in our perception, we can't help but see order and civilization, the progress of civilization, government. We can't help but see that as corrupt. You know, we can't help but see something like government as something not worth trusting, because in our state it is, because it's been deliberately perverted over time. I guess what I'm trying to say is, what if institutions, from religion to government to any of that, have been deliberately perverted in like a Luciferian sense, because Lucifer isn't engaged in destroying lives or really concerned with us, but he's trying to make a statement on a cosmic scale, using our world as an example or something like that. And so if he can so distort our institutional systems that we have no choice but to look at them all as corrupt, then the right attitude for us all to take as like good conscious people is like rebellion, you know, like let's be punks and overthrow the system. And that's the good thing to do. And so we're like proving the Luciferian point, and it all works in his favor. That's my little theory.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely got some responses to that. So for one, I think if you want to take full responsibility for your own spirituality, you first assume that all the evil that you're tempted to do is your own free will desire and the world sort of offering it to you, just saying, hey, this is available. So level 1, accept that you might desire to do evil. Level 2, maybe 5 to 10% of those thoughts and temptations come from the other side, from non-human entities, the dark forces. They're also offering suggestions, maybe, because they exist on this planet with us. They also have free will. But I always say, first take responsibility for all your own thoughts. I'm not discounting the sort of paranormal and the possession cases, because in extreme cases I do think those are real beings on the other side exerting influence. However, I don't think that, at a top level, the church has been like compromised. It's just that it always has human error within it. It's not an institution that is led by, perfection. And that's why it reforms over time. Now, a lot of people like to complain and say, religion is so bad. All the wars have been fought in the names of religion. And I go, well, hold up. Look at what the religion teaches about morality and how you live your daily life. So wars are not occurring because of religion, even though some stuff in the Old Testament, it seems like God condones some of that stuff. Because here's my premise: without religion, wars would still be happening. So the war is an outside force from religion, the morality of religion and the spiritual consciousness within religions. War is just a human thing that we're fighting with each other about, and that comes into the power play of religion, and that's why war happens. And because of that desire for war and conflict, what the priesthood does is they sanction their wars with claims that God approves, and that's why it looks like in the Bible God is approving, because these chosen people have that conception. They're like, we have our prophecies, we have our stories, we've been wandering around the desert, if we're going to go, let's be honest, they had to go to war at some, in the old world, war was inevitable. If you don't have fighters to defend the land that you have, it's going to get taken, it's going to get overrun. That's like a necessary evil, you could say. But it's not necessarily a necessary evil to go on the offense and to take land from other people. But that's sort of a natural thing that humanity starts to do. We create colonies, we do all this stuff, and it forms civilization over the years. So all that stuff is happening whether you have a religion or not. So wars are not, you say on the surface level, they might be sanctioned by the priesthood, but they're not occurring because of religion.
Yeah, that's great. Mind pulling up a quote for the people?
Yep.
93:5, say 10.
Okay.
So riffing off exactly what you're talking about, and we're referring to, Abraham, the father of Semitic religion, the father of Judeo-Christian religion, the father of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So Abraham was directly taught by a celestial being that was incarnate, and that celestial being was named Melchizedek, Macaventa Melchizedek to be exact. And Abraham was a warlord, he was a general, and I think that concepts that Taychilla were just talking about, war and priests being foreign, but we're always going to be going to war, is highlighted in this interaction right here. So, paper 93 about Macaventa Melchizedek. Again, if you're a Christian and you want to know more about Melchizedek and Abraham, this is a great resource. Go check it out. The link is probably in the description. If not, it's in one of our other videos. But we make a lot of content about this. So, paper 93, 510. This is about Abraham. Upon returning with his family to Salem, Abraham began to mature his military projects. He was soon recognized as a civil ruler of the Salem territory and had confederated under his leadership 7 nearby tribes. Indeed, it was with great difficulty that Melchizedek restrained Abraham, who was fired with the zeal to go forth and round up the neighboring tribes with the sword, that they might thus more quickly be brought to knowledge of the Salem truths. Melchizedek maintained peaceful relationships with all the surrounding tribes. He was not militaristic and was never attacked by any of the armies as they moved back and forth. That's crazy. So all the armies respected Melchizedek. He was entirely willing that Abraham should formulate a defensive policy for Salem, such as was subsequently put into effect, but he would not approve of his people's ambitious schemes for conquest. So there occurred a friendly severance of relationship, Abraham going over to Hebron to establish his military capital. Hebron is where we get the word Hebrew. So Melchizedek and Abraham had a falling out because literally the representative of God was saying, no, we should not do war. And Abraham's like, no, we need to do war. So they had a falling out, and Abraham went to Hebron to start the Hebrews. And Salem turned into Jerusalem, Salem. So this was all even before this was happening. This is literally when Abraham's talking to Melchizedek. They had a little falling out. They said a friendly severance of relationship.
That's cool.
Abraham, because of his close connection with the illustrious Melchizedek, possessed great advantage over the surrounding petty kings. They all revered Melchizedek and unduly feared Abraham. Abraham knew of this fear and only waited at an opportune occasion to attack his neighbors. And this excuse came when some of these rulers presumed to raid the property of his nephew Lot, who dwelt in Sodom. Upon hearing of this, Abraham, at the head of his 7 confederated tribes, moved on the enemy. His own bodyguard of 318 officered the army, numbering more than 4,000, which struck at this time. When Melchizedek heard of Abraham's declaration of war, he went forth to dissuade him, but only caught up with his former disciple as he returned victorious from the battle.
Voicemail.
Abraham, what's up?
He went straight to voicemail. He tried to ring Abraham. He's like, "Hey bro, what you doing?
Curb.
Sorry,
Yeah.
please leave a message."
That's fucked up. Abraham insisted that the God of Salem had given him victory over his enemies and persisted in giving 1/10 of his spoils to the Salem treasury. The other 90% he removed to his capital at Hebron. That's crazy. So Melchizedek tried to stop him. Before he could stop him, he was already back with victory with a bunch of money. And I was like, hey, God sanctioned it. Here's 1/10 of my stuff. And Melchizedek was probably like, what the fuck are you talking about, dog?
Oh, man.
After this battle of Siddim, and that's in the Bible. That part is in the Bible directly.
Abraham gave a tithe of 10%, 1/10. Yep. This is why people in church now use that number as tithe.
Yep.
Interesting.
And in the book of Hebrews in the New Testament, and they're talking about Melchizedek. So New Testament, he goes, how much greater was Melchizedek, the sage of Salem, if Abraham, the father of the Jews, paid him 1/10? You know, because it's saying like the person who pays the 1/10 is paying it to the person of a higher stature, giving more cred to Abraham.
You mean more cred to Melchizedek? Yeah.
Yeah. After this battle of Siddim, Abraham became later leader of a second confederation of 11 tribes. 11 tribes, yeah. And not only paid tithes to Melchizedek, but saw to it that all others in the vicinity did the same. The 12 tribes of Israel starting to come together. His diplomatic dealings with the king of Sodom, together with the fear in which he was so generally held, resulted in the king of Sodom and others joining the Hebron military confederation. Abraham was really well on the way to establishing a powerful state in Palestine. I'm going to read the first paragraph of this part. Then number 6, Melchizedek's covenant with Abraham. So Abraham envisaged the conquest of all of Canaan. His determination was only weakened by the fact that Melchizedek would not sanction the undertaking. But Abraham had about decided to embark on this enterprise when he thought that he had no son to succeed him as a ruler of his proposed kingdom began to worry him. He arranged another conference with Melchizedek, and it was in the course of this interview that the priest of Salem, a literal celestial being, the visible Son of God, persuaded Abraham to abandon his scheme of material conquest and temporal rule in favor of the spiritual concept of the kingdom of heaven. And then he explained to Abraham the futility of contending with the Amorites. Like, don't fight, don't. So this is just mostly highlighting the fact that war is not sanctioned by God. It's a little bit murky in the Bible, but this says it clear. Like,
that's why I like the Urantia book account, and I'm really glad you were able to think to bring that up, because that's a great way of illustrating that kind of dichotomy between the divine nature and the human nature. And as revelation happens in the human world, we kind of can't help but war, because
but war.
Yeah, because
just a little bit of war, please.
Just a little bit, because we're contending with land, with different groups with different beliefs. So as long as we're here and we're living on land and we got resources we got to manage and exchange and claim, and we form boundaries, conflicts are inevitable. And Taylor, you brought up a good point about like the human element. When I get all conspiratorial, thinking there's a Luciferian regime, it's that's if you were to think there's like some grand Illuminati with their tentacles and everything. But we can't take for granted the very human faultness, if that's a word, of like, we're imperfect, we're developing, and that's one very refreshing mindset I think the Urantia book establishes in its readers, is this idea of progressive evolution, that like we're imperfect, but we're growing little by little. We don't have things right. But I got a little quote here, 68:6:1. Man is a creature of the soil, a child of nature. No matter how earnestly he may try to escape from the land, in the last reckoning he is certain to fail. Dust you are, and to dust shall you return, is literally true of all mankind. The basic struggle of man was, and is, and ever shall be, for land. The first social associations of primitive human beings were for the purpose of winning these land struggles. The land-man ratio underlies all social civilization. And so that's to say it kind of always will be about land, even deep into the future. Ideally, we have a more heavenly, spiritual kind of civilization by then. But we can't ignore the facts of like we live here, and so
nice picture too.
What, you got a picture there?
Yeah, you had to. I could share it.
It's on the live stream.
Yeah, it's on the live stream, but
AI
I can share it in Discord for you guys.
Oh, nice! I see that.
Yeah,
this is fire. Yeah,
cool. Yeah, all that's to say, like, war has been fought over religion, and religion's been used to justify war, but religion probably hasn't been the very strict reason for war. It's always probably been something else, like military power, conquering another tribe, getting rid of an inconvenience, that kind of stuff, claiming a resource, and then doing it in the name of your religion, but
yeah. I mean, D-Bake, thank you for pulling up that quote section, and even it might be a good idea to post, if you have a link, post that in the chat for them to go check out that exact section, because right there is even reading about Abraham from the Urantia book, you're like, whoa, that's an interesting, like, that's a powerful character. When we think of Abraham, we think of like the old guy who was trying to have like kids, and then God promises him, you're gonna have a bunch of kids, like you're more than the grain of the sands on the on the beach, more than the stars in the sky. You'll be a nation, and yeah, it's wild. He was actually he was creating civilization. He was leading his own little army for like land grabs, and so in the Old Testament, when they write it down as sort of God saying there over in Canaan, that's your land, we just read this alternate account that basically says that was Abraham's idea to go to Canaan and to take that with force, but he always felt that was that was given to him by God, or it was sanctioned by God. And the evidence is that when he comes back with the spoils of war to Melchizedek, he's like, I donate you the spoils that God has given me. 1/10 goes to the priest Melchizedek, And then low-key, he hands the golden box of coins to Melchizedek, and Melchizedek's like, all right, but I told you this isn't the way. And Abraham like whispers in his ear, and he's like, I know it's actually the way. War is the way. He's still disagreeing. But then they wrote it in the Old Testament as if God sanctioned that. Do you see?
That's a real
This is a story that actually makes sense, because this still occurs today. This occurred during the Inquisition. That's what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly the same situation. But
exactly,
the only reason you would have a hard time accepting this better explanation is if you think God wrote the Bible, literally word for word. If you cannot accept that there is human error and human agendas in the Bible, that's the only reason you can't get there.
Yeah.
So that's something that you'll have to fight over that
too.
in your mind.
Yeah. Waging war on the savages.
Ooh. So I hope you like this image as well.
Smallpox blankets.
And Abram. Which scene do you guys think this is depicting of their interactions? Is this when he tells him you shouldn't go to war?
No, this is when he tells him that if you stop going to war, I'll make your seed like infinite, like your seed will be never ending. The covenant, I guess you would say.
The covenant between Abram and God. I think is that when he's given the name Abraham?
Actually, that might be when he's
covenant?
given the name Abraham during that covenant. Yep. And also in Christian theology, that's the covenant between God and man.
Yeah.
Not the covenant between Melchizedek and Abraham.
Right. Yeah. Wow. We're going to do a dedicated episode on Melchizedek for sure.
For sure. 20 episodes on Melchizedek.
Yeah.
That dude's a heavy hitter.
D-Bick, I think we're ready for clips that you got.
Okay. Yeah,
I got through all mine. I have one cool quip about angels, demons in the Book of Enoch, but you probably have it too. Billy talks about how he doesn't believe in demons, and then he uses the Book of Enoch.
I don't have that clip. I want to bring it up.
Ooh, okay. Let's look at this, because y'all know we can get into this, and we're going to do a Book of Enoch reading on the Forbidden Scrolls podcast.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, here's a take on what Billy thinks is really going on in the Old Testament with the Nephilim.
Do you think that...
Oh, let me share it for you guys. Do
you think that
exhaust? Fuck yeah.
All these different cultures and stuff describing these other beings, could those have been, I'm not an expert theologian or whatever, but like where it talks about war, I always want to personally ask you this too, where in the Bible it talks about like wars between the demons and the angels. There's a lot of crazy stuff in the Bible too that you can prove it's been written, but it also takes some faith, because you can't physically see where there was wars between demons and angels and stuff fighting in the heavens. So there's tons going on, obviously. Could any of those have been, like, from what you've discovered or how people have written it, do you think those could have been demons or angels?
I don't believe in demons or angels at all.
You don't believe in them at all?
Nah, I don't believe in demons and angels. When you read Azazel coming down in the Book of Enoch, coming down, and the first thing he does is teach people how to make knives and swords so they can cut a man's head off. You read, you see these quote unquote.
Where is that in the Book of Enoch?
In the Book of Enoch, Azazel. He comes down and he teaches.
Where is that in the Book of Enoch? Is it? The only reason I ask is because there are two Enochs, First Enoch and Second Enoch, and only First Enoch is an actual historical amalgamation.
Okay. And then you analyze the fact that these angels are having sex, they're getting drunk. These are just people.
Yeah. Whoa. Where are angels getting drunk?
Angels party, they go, they hang out with people, they go to war with people, they put on their outfits and go to war with people.
Where are they getting drunk though?
They get married, okay? Whatever that means. but they're having.
They don't get married.
Okay, not
In
married.
fact, Scripture says that angels can't get
like
married.
Merry Christmas.
Not married. Mary, Merry. But the point that I'm making here is when you start to
This
really
fool is
analyze
such a
what
scripture freaking.
these angels are doing, and you start to analyze how many people are dying in the biblical text, you start to say, well, how many people did Satan actually kill? And when you start doing the tally on the numbers, God's doing most of the killing in the Bible. It's not the devil that's doing all the killing. And then God says in Isaiah, I created the good and I created the evil. Do what I say at the Lord. So he's saying that he's doing the good and the evil.
Super distortion.
Oh man, I just gotta say that's humans' perception of what God did. It's not
Yeah, but
God
that's
actually
what
did all that killing.
That's what Billy's saying. He's pointing out that, like, if you think the true God did all that, that's why Billy said, I don't believe in the God of the Old Testament. I can't because of those problems.
You have the.
I got it. I got the Book of
Azazel
Enoch,
quote?
baby. I got the Azazel quote. So, Wes, this
It's
is
funny how I
where
said
Book of
Azazel. I've never heard
Enoch.
it called Azazel. I said Azazel. But whatever.
It's because there's some different spellings in the versions. Like this is a new. Actually, this is the Book of Enoch copy recommended by Wes. So, thanks, Wes, for this recommendation. This is the Hermanua translation. It's like the latest translation that uses all the text available for the Book of Enoch, and so it's it's on Amazon. Book of Enoch Hermanua translation. You probably don't know how to spell Hermenia, but you'll find it. Okay, so this is from.
How dare you question that?
And this is I think this is Enoch 1 is what it is. And here it is, the secrets the watchers reveal. And yeah, so Azael, El is like a term meaning like God or something, or it's often used for like angelic names, Gabriel, Michael, Azael, Elohim, Elohim,
El
Elyon. Yeah, it's a ancient, root word that they used. So Azael taught men to make swords of iron and weapons and shields and breastplates and every instrument of war. He showed them metals of the earth and how they could work gold to fashion it suitably, and concerning silver to fashion it for bracelets and ornaments for women. And he showed them concerning antimony and eye paint and all manner of precious stones and dyes. And the sons of men made.
Seems like, keep going.
What's that? The sons of men made for themselves and for their daughters, and they transgressed and led the holy ones astray. And there was much godlessness on the earth, and they made their ways desolate. And then it talks about these other names. Shemahaza taught spells and the cutting of roots.
Semyasa.
Oh yeah, Semyaza. Yeah, the names. I think the names in this are they used a different spelling that they thought was a little better.
Rebel Adam, Rebel Eve.
Samael, Azazel. Hermione taught sorcery for the loosing of spells and magic and skill.
I wonder if that's where Hermione came from.
Interesting.
Actually.
Barakel taught the signs of the lightning flashes. Ooh, lightning mancy.
Barack Obama.
Or it was like when the sky flashes like this, it's actually a UFO arriving from Sirius. Maybe that's what they meant by lightning flashes. Cockabell taught the signs of the stars, astronomy, advanced astrophysics. Zykel taught the signs of the shooting stars. Artikov taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. Sariel taught the signs of the moon. And they all began to reveal mysteries to their wives and to their children. And as men were perishing, the cry went up to heaven.
Doesn't this kind of sound to you like the story of Dalmatia and the different,
100%
angelic divisions?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sons of God. This is the incarnated staff, not the. So here on this channel, check out our Anunnaki video. There's 2 videos on that. So the Nephilim, the reason that was actually a sub race of humans was not because angels were able to mate with humans, because angels do not have human DNA. They can't do that. But when it says sons of God, they're actually not sure. The theologians of the Bible, they don't know for sure that sons of God is referencing angels. In fact, it's sort of they don't really know. What they're missing is that there was actually an incarnated superhuman staff of more semi-superhuman, semi-mortal beings that had bodies that were created from the human DNA population on Earth. And these beings were meant to like lead the material civilization and teach spirituality. And they worked with the angels on our planet. And that was their function. That's what they came here for. But they also had DNA that was able to integrate with the humans, because they were to eventually do some mating and create these genetic strains that would actually help the human population. But when the Lucifer rebellion happened, that rebellion made its way all the way to Earth, and the planetary staff then just went off the rails. They went ape. They started doing their own thing, and among that, they started mating with the humans in a way that was not supposed to be sanctioned and happening that early on. So they basically didn't follow the rules of passing on the new genetics. And in doing that, they created this sub-race of giants happened. And that's what they call the Nephilim, the mighty men of old, or the men of renown. And the Nephilim were not evil, but they were not inherently evil, but they were much more powerful than all the other human races. And it created a power vacuum, a power dynamic in which they ended up, ruling, and it got pretty gnarly. Because the conditions of Earth was war. So now these giant races are like absolutely dominating the normal humans.
Right into it.
And that's the story that is told in the book of Enoch. And the Hebrews knew this story. They read this. This was in their library. So you should read it too.
Is it? Do y'all know? I've never heard an answer to this. Why the Book of Enoch wasn't included in the biblical canon, or why it wasn't put in with the rest of the text? I know there's like several books that were left out of the Bible that are like technically part of the Bible.
Well, it's interesting how Wes talks a lot about apologetics, and how about you can see certain groups of people, I guess, rebel against the more older teachings, and how one of his arguments was for how Genesis was a turn away from the Sumerian way of thinking. So the Sumerian way had been getting taught for a long amount of time. People were kind of sick of it because it was saying, you're not really God, you're just kind of slave human, whatever, Anunnaki story. And then the people who wrote the Old Testament rebelled against that, but used the same terms because they were around the same people, and they were use the same terminology, and then use that against the Sumerian way of thinking. And now it was we are the creations, like we are the image of God. The Sumerian story didn't really talk about you are the image of God, only the kings were.
That's right.
But
yeah, Wes brings up that point. Yeah,
and it's almost like you can see that with this in the book of Enoch that we're reading right now, because they talk about this in the same debate. How they talk about like the Jewish woman shouldn't adorn themselves with jewelry, shouldn't look pretty. And that's like it's a rebellion against this book of Enoch text where it talks about these rebel angels came down and taught us jewelry, how to adorn yourself to look pretty, and it almost seems like that part in the Old Testament was directly like, we don't like that. Nope.
Yeah, it's that. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something that's really difficult for us to keep in mind, is the cultural landscape at the time of the writing of the Bible is almost alien to us, like the cultural conditions were so different. I mean, yeah, that was one of those points they brought up, Wes Huff brought up, that I thought was really interesting. Like, I didn't know that. Is Billy still relevant?
Yeah, I put that in the poll to see what people are thinking about.
Ooh. Half and half.
I only see one of the options. How do I choose
Just
yes
click
or
it
no?
to make it big. Just click it and it'll get bigger, and then
That's
Okay.
cool.
It's 50-50 right now. 2 votes. Come on, people.
I
So,
think Billy needs to work at staying relevant, and he needs to expand
dude,
his
he still
concept
has
frame
all
a
his
little.
followers, bro.
They're not going away.
oh yeah, no, yeah, of course.
I mean, he's set. Come on,
He's good. He has a
Yeah.
network now. Yeah.
Hmm.
So I do want to bring up. Let's put Wes on the fucking hot seat right now.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, we made it all about Billy.
Shit.
You looking for a clip?
Yeah, I'm looking for a clip at 15:20. If you could get there, 15:20. Or I can share screen if you want.
Yeah, let's go to you, and then you can. Yeah, I could pull it up. It would only take me like 30 seconds. I just have to drag in the full debate and then go to that time code. But you have other clips to show, right? Too that
Yeah.
you want to go through. Yeah, so let's just switch to you.
Cool. My screen shirt. Let's do it right here.
With
Can you hear that?
the Gospel of Barnabas, which
Yeah,
indicate
can you
that
turn it
it
up?
shows no actual indication of
No, I can't turn
evidence
it up.
of coming from or even having knowledge of first
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's good.
I can
I
hear
think
it
it's
loud
fine
and
for
clear.
the stream.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna restart it again.
or going to Jerusalem. But there are internal problems with the Gospel of Barnabas, which indicate that it shows no actual indication of evidence of coming from or even having knowledge of first century Jewish understanding. It actually says Jesus is the Christ, but not the Messiah, which indicates that whoever the author is, he didn't know that those were the same words. And
That's what I wanted to stop right there.
Huh.
Put him in the hot seat. Using that as a point to state that the gospel is incorrect, the Gospel of Barnabas. I'm not trying to prove if the Gospel of Barnabas is correct. I'm just pointing out the fact that what he said was fucking wrong.
Okay, let's hear it.
Christ and the Messiah are the same thing? No, they're fucking not. Not even close. Not even fucking close. And then he goes, well, first century Jewish thought they know they weren't the same. That's a bunch of horseshit, dog. A bunch of horseshit and a bunch of fucking. There's a lot of evidence to back that up. Obviously, we're going to pull from the Urantia book.
Okay, I'm curious if you know off the top of your head. I can't think of the quote, but I remember Jesus went through a period of searching. He actually got to go to the Library of Alexandria, and he was doing a lot of research on the terminology used by people at the time. And I think I don't know if he ever claimed himself as the Messiah, but I think that's where he got the Son of Man concept and stuff like that from. He was using terminology that people could understand at the time and relate with.
Hey, Big, I'm curious
Yep.
on what. I mean, my initial AI search agrees with Wes on this, but go ahead and present your evidence, your statement.
Yeah, man. You're talking about the Matrix, dog. The fucking AI can suck my nuts. That ain't doing shit, dog.
Well, it's
Well,
saying
the-
that Christos
okay.
is a translation from Mashiach, and Mashiach is the Hebrew word meaning anointed one or chosen one.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So
let's
what do you
fucking
got?
dive deep, dog.
Yeah,
Let's
here we
fucking
go.
And that was why
deep.
that was why he
Go.
chose to ride in on a mule and stuff like that.
Yeah. First of all, Christos means anointed. It's a Greek term, and they use that term differently than the Jewish did as Messiah. It was its entire own concept within the Greek faith by itself. It just means anointed, and it also Christos is interchangeable with like grease, oil. So they would dip oil on you, and that Christos was the oil that would anoint you. But that actually was around before Christ.
Okay. So the Greek word Christos, it did not have all the concepts that the Jewish word Mashiach had. It just has one
Exactly.
overlapping concept of being the anointed one. That's your angle.
No, multiple angles.
Okay.
We'll read more of the Urantia book too from it. And that, remember, Judaism existed for a long time where they had the Messiah concept. And then when the Jewish scripture started getting translated into Greek, it created this Hellenized movement where Philo of Alexandria was trying to harmonize Jewish religious thought with Greco-Roman religious thought. And that's where the Christos Messiah concept kind of got integrated together. But up until that point, up until the Hebrew scriptures was translated into Greek, those two concepts weren't connected. And it has its own meaning within the Greco-Roman culture anyway. But now let's go from paper 135 from the Urantia book. If you got 135.5.2. If you could. For the people in the back.
Right, got it.
All right, so about 100 years before the days of Jesus and John, a new school of religious teachers arose in Palestine, the Apocalyptists. These new teachers evolved a system of belief that accounted for the sufferings and humiliation of Jews on the ground that they were paying the penalty for the nation's sins.
Wow.
They fell back onto the well-known reasons assigned to explain the Babylonian and other captivities of former times. But, so taught the Apocalyptists, Israel should take heart. The days of their affliction were almost over. The discipline of God's chosen people was about to be finished. God's patience with the Gentile foreigners was about to be exhausted. The end of Roman rule was synonymous with the end of the age, and, in a certain sense, with the end of the world. These new teachers leaned heavily on the predictions of Daniel, and they consistently taught that creation was about to pass into its final stage. The kingdoms of this world were about to become the kingdom of God. To the Jewish mind of that day, this was the meaning of that phrase, the kingdom of heaven, which runs through the teachings of both John and Jesus. To the Jews of Palestine, the phrase kingdom of heaven had but one meaning, an absolutely righteous state in which God, the Messiah, would rule the nations of earth in perfection of power, just as he ruled in heaven. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Okay? That's the first quote I wanted to do, just as a precursor to understand the Jewified mind at the time.
Man, I love that storytelling.
Yeah.
The Urantia book.
Oh, they're fucking killers, dude. Now let's do 136. 1. Baptism in the 40 days from the Urantia book. Now, here's where obviously we're pulling from a source that most scholars, theologians, and historians don't have, the Urantia book. They're going off human records and testimony, and we're actually referencing celestial records and testimony.
They're missing out.
They're missing out. So now, amazingly, they have a part in the Urantia book, Baptism in 40 Days, concept of the expected Messiah. So paper 136. The Jews entertained many ideas about the expected deliverer, and each of these different schools of messianic teaching was able to point to statements in the Hebrew scriptures as proof of their contentions. So even right there, already, Wes is going off the human understanding of papyrus and understanding, but we kind of, I guess you would say, recognize the Urantia book as a little bit more of a higher source than what he's looking for. So the fact that just the Messiah concept and the Christos concept, all modern day, all Jews back then had the same thought in their head. That's not true. That's just not true. And to make that authoritative statement, it's just like Billy stating that something in this text says something when it doesn't. You can't just make these authoritative statements.
Yeah, that's the thing too. I just gotta say, Billy's whole thing is that he's kind of self-taught. I know he's got some like certificates from universities, something in like psychology and physics or something like that. But like otherwise, he basically has a high school education, and in that sense, he's very relatable. He's going up against Wes Huff, who comes from that very academic background, scholarly kind of setting where really, as long as you got sources to back up what you're saying, you kind of win the argument. Wes Huff brings up a lot of good points. It's hard to argue with someone like that.
It's the same thing that I guess people are accusing Billy of doing, because he has a surface level understanding. He can overawe the minds of a lower person. But it's the same thing that Wes is doing, because he's so high up here. We can't really tell if he's, distorting some facts at a tiny bit, or if he's just speaking falsities, because we're not at that level yet. But luckily, we encountered the Urantia book, and it gives us some insight. So the Jews entertained many ideas. They were all able to point to different Hebrew scriptures to prove their contentions. In a general way, the Jews regarded their national history as beginning with Abraham and culminating in the Messiah and the new age of the kingdom of God. In earlier times, they had envisaged this deliverer as the servant of the Lord, then as the Son of Man, while laterly, some even went so far as to refer to the Messiah as the Son of God. But no matter whether he was called the seed of Abraham or the son of David, all were agreed that he was to be the Messiah, the anointed one. Thus did the concept evolve from the servant of the Lord to the Son of David, Son of Man, and Son of God. In the days of John and Jesus, the more learned Jews had developed the idea of the coming Messiah as the perfected and representative Israelite, combining in himself as the servant of the Lord, the threefold office of prophet, priest, and king. The Jews devoutly believed that, as Moses had delivered their fathers from Egyptian bondage by miraculous wonders, so would the coming Messiah deliver the Jewish people from the Roman domination by even greater miracles of power and marvels of racial triumph. The rabbis had gathered together almost 500 passages from the scriptures, which, notwithstanding their apparent contradictions, they averred were prophetic of the coming Messiah. And amidst all of these details of time, technique, and function, they almost completely lost sight of the personality of the promised Messiah. They were looking for a restoration of Jewish national glory, Israel's temporal exaltation, rather than for the salvation of the world. It therefore becomes evident that Jesus of Nazareth could never satisfy this materialistic messianic concept of the Jewish mind. Many of their reputed messianic predictions, had they but viewed these prophetic utterances in a different light, would have very naturally prepared their minds for the recognition of Jesus as the terminator of one age and the inaugurator of a new and better dispensation of mercy and salvation for all nations. This literally goes into, I'm not going to read it all because it takes a lot, but
Jesus as a terminator. I love that.
yeah, Jesus as a terminator. No, it's just going off on the different messianic concepts that the Jews had at the time, how they were differing. Elsewhere in the Jewish papers, it talks about the zealots and the different political parties within the Jewish religion and how they all had a differing concept of the Messiah too. And that elsewhere in the book, I'm not going to pull it up right now, but Jesus himself says that I can't be the Messiah. I'm not the Messiah because I don't fit all these prerequisites, but I'm still the chosen one, you know? So like
now
this entire thing of the Messiah and the Christos being exactly the same. It's a lot more nuanced than that. You can't just say that. You can't just make that statement and you're like, okay, moving on to the next, you know.
And on that note, if the creator of the universe, of our universe, can have that much humility to say, I'm just your brother, you know, I can't be your Messiah, you know, even if he literally is the chosen one, how much more should we practice humility? All of us, Billy, Wes, we all need to practice humility. It's so easy for us to want to be the one who's right. But I mean, you know, we're all in this together. We're just doing our best to figure it out. Be humble.
Yeah, I think Taylor.
No, I don't think so in here. I was just going to shout out the OGs that have been here since the start of the live stream. Some of you probably have because we've been around the 12 to 15 concurrent viewer number.
I'm surprised people are still here from the beginning.
Captain Kirk is still here. Shout out.
Captain Kirk got the Starfleet flag right here. He knows it.
Yeah, this might be one of our longest live streams.
Mega
stream. I think the Lucifer Rebellion went
stream.
close to 4 hours actually.
Yeah.
Wow.
But this is dank. This is a great discourse on many topics. But this is what results when you got, you know, the brotherhood. Oh, Andrew's still here. Thank you, brother. This is what happens when you have a brotherhood, a sisterhood of truth seekers who just like to go deep and you know, check out revelatory content, willing to look at things for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot to unpack here in this debate between Wes and Billy. I feel like we've only scratched the surface. There's probably a lot more we could unpack here. And man, it would be great to see Billy and Wes come together in a better setting and actually kind of resolve this stuff maybe 10 years from now or something when they're a little bit older and wiser. I don't know.
There's
Gotta
nothing
consider,
to me.
you know.
To me, there's nothing that they need to resolve other than Billy maybe being like, "Look, guys, you know, I definitely overreacted. It wasn't in my
Yeah.
best day." I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
Billy knows he overreacted a little bit. He took down the live stream that he did
Yeah,
where he
and
was
made
like
an
complaining.
apology.
Oh, he did make an
He-
apology.
Yeah.
So, they didn't. They obviously, yeah. You know, he's threatening to sue and stuff, but it's like, you know, not a great moment. But at the end of the day, like even in the interview, both Billy and Wes agree there that they enjoy the conversation. They both appreciate each other, and yeah, it's just, you know, it happened to be that Billy, you know, got in his head about the whole thing. You know, once it was done, once he left the building, it was like, nah, I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
So, D-Bake,
Yeah.
you got clips,
got some
bro?
more. Yeah, got some more. One more last tag on that last line we were going off. Even modern day Jews have very different contentions of the Messiah. There's Zionism, which thinks, and there's Jews that are anti-Zionism. It says like you can't take the Holy Land by force. The Messiah cannot take the Holy Land by force. And there's Zionists who believe that the Messiah and the Holy Land should be taken by force through like weapons and waging war. And that divides the Jews of today. And that's been dividing the Jews since Jesus' time. Remember the Zealots, Simon Zelotes, like from the Zealots, like all these Zealots versus the passive, the more peaceful Jews. They're just the concepts of the kingdom of David and the Messiah have been differing for a long time. I just had a quib with him saying that so authoritatively. I'm like, come on, dog. That's not the case. More moving on, more quotes. I got something. Let's see here. All right, I do want to bring up this is from Joe Rogan. The Joe Rogan interview with Wes.
I listened to that too. That was a good one. I mean, Wes is a cool guy. I like hearing what he has to say.
He's a beast, dude. Shit. I'd love to have someone on my team that knows the scripture that fucking good.
Right.
Damn. Just in case I'm not making any screw ups. So here it is. Let's make it big.
Oh, cool. Got it time stamped.
Looks good.
Yeah. Do 148.26. So I was watching, you know, I was all about this debate, like, oh wow, Billy Carson, Wes Huff. Ooh, damn, this is crazy. Billy Carson replies, fuck no, Billy. Removes it. Now he's on fucking Joe Rogan. Wes Huff's on Joe Rogan.
Oh man.
And I'm like, damn.
Funny how that works
Dude,
out.
legacy. We just need to get a controversy with someone popular in the ancient aliens field. Next, we're on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go,
shit,
baby.
That might just happen.
Dude, Wes even went from like, he went to like over 100K subscribers. Like, I forget what he was at. I don't know. I heard some people saying he went from 10K to 100K. But I thought I saw 50K. You could check the stats for yourself, guys. But you know, a lot of people found his channel from this, including, you know, Joe Rogan, and he deserves it. He's got great work.
Work, yeah.
And you know, who knows? Maybe we'll have an overlap with him somehow in this world. And when disclosure happens, maybe Wes will want to talk to us.
Oh yeah. This is all small potatoes right here. We got the big boy shit if you really want to drop it. All right. So this from the GRE, Wesley Huff.
Yeah. And it was a difficult path to get to this too. This is a very small hominid, and I think people have tried to make their way through it, and it's really hard. Like some of these caves, you're like basically crawling on your stomach, which is fucking terrifying because people have died that way.
Are you claustrophobic?
No, I'm not claustrophobic. Not normal
You
stuff.
just don't want to crawl in a
I don't
cave?
want to crawl in the middle of the earth into something that's like 11 inches high.
Yeah.
You're like squirming slowly. That's what they're doing. Like,
Yeah.
Their body barely fits in there. And a guy died recently.
Brian Moresco, I think.
Oh, it was Brian. Yes, that's right.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, let me make sure I got the wrong times. Right.
Yeah, what's he talking about?
No, let me check.
Lame.
Well, while you're finding that, I just got to say Billy's reaction is a perfect like textbook example of the
I got it. I got it.
Oh, you got it. Okay. I'll
Are you still sharing screen? You got it?
I'll bring it up later.
Archaeologists uncover evidence of intentional burial cave engravings by early human ancestor. What did that sucker look like?
What did that sucker look like?
So the Denaldi chamber, what is the type of Homo naledi, right? Homo naledi. Google that, see what they look like. Homo naledi. Or what we think they look like, right? Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. So as a Christian, what do you
My
think
uncle?
about all this stuff? Like, what do you think about ancient hominids, Australopithecus, Neanderthals? Like, what was God up to with all this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a scientist, so I
Right.
got to stay in my lane. I ultimately would be an advocate for intelligent design, where I would say that that God purposefully created humanity in a way. You had Stephen Meyer on, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's one of those guys who talks about kind of the issues that he sees with
Right.
evolution. And I think I have some of those issues too. My friend Jonathan McClatchy is a biologist, and he does some really great presentations on the ways that he sees kind of the intricacies of Neo-Darwinian evolution as not quite explaining some of what's going on with things like the fossil record and some of the gaps that we have in there. When you talk about early hominids, I mean, ultimately, I think that there are aspects of the fact that there are ancient cultures which, I mean, humanity obviously looks very different today than it did, you know, if we're going tens of thousands of years ago.
Right.
And so I think that there's a different kind of convention in understanding. But ultimately, I would ascribe to there being an original Adam and Eve, and that those are our, like, if you want to call them like our first parents kind of thing. But there are.
That's the clip I wanted to play for us. I saw that and I was like, my mind was confused, and then I realized I'm on planet Earth. We're in a fucking confused planet. This guy's over here like slamming the ancient alien theory and everything, and is supposed to be on point, a person of truth that we can look up to. And Joe Rogan probably isn't even conscious of it. He's just talking about cool shit like fossil records, and then he kind of gets Wes on the back burner. And he's kinda talking weird, starts skirting around, doesn't want to directly say that evolution is wrong, but he doesn't believe in evolution.
That's one of those points I think the Urantia book does a great job at reforming the Christian concept, where evolution isn't incompatible with intelligent design, as the great band Devo put it. God made man and he used a monkey to do it. You know, it's just.
Well, so what Wes is saying is basically the safe, common explanation in the Christian world. That's what I heard people say as well, where they just say we don't believe in macro evolution, meaning like large jumps, but we believe in micro evolution. So Darwin is saying like that humanity in its current state like only came up through normal evolution. There was no alteration. This isn't like an intelligent design per se, that today's humanity can actually come out of something like a hominid, like a monkey, with enough time. And the Christians say, no, we don't think such a large jump can occur. But the sort of missing link here is that we think that evolution can go really far, but it's always managed, and it's always, you know, there's fingers from outside coming in, and it's not necessarily God the Father directly. It's a lot of the beings that he's created to manage creation who come in and actually manage the life programs, and they actually introduce new DNA and along certain key periods. You know, our story is that Adam and Eve were actually not the first humans, but they were the sort of parent race of a new genetic strain. And they were part of the celestial administration put here in physical bodies to teach the native populations, to have children with the native populations, and increase our capacity as biological beings. Because like Wes said, ancient humanity probably looked way different. So, you know, that was a program of life that was evolved naturally and also unnaturally through divine administration and influence. Andy
Yeah,
T.
as per UB terminology in the cosmology, there are an order of angels called life carriers whose whole sole mission is to plant and seed life on a world and carefully foster and cultivate the right conditions for life to flourish and proliferate. And they carefully develop life for the very purpose of creating upright, mortal creatures out of whatever animals evolve on that world, to become evolutionary will creatures who can seek out and understand and know God. And so, yeah, it's a perfect idea of like evolution is seeded and fostered by angels, and it is all intelligent design.
Yeah. I will bring up some quotes in a second, but just him being such a scripture fucking nerd, loving every, like, looking up all the papyruses and all the texts where it came from. If anything, he should know about, the Cain and Abel story, about him going outside of the Garden of Eden and finding a wife in the land of Nod. Like, how would you reconcile that? You can't just skip over that if we're talking about the heavy hitting concepts on a Joe Rogan podcast. Just seemed like he got a little nervous and squirmed around it. And I was like, wait, you don't believe in evolution? What the fuck, dog? Like, credibility out the window. I know he's a Christian, so sorry, guys. And I get it. If you don't believe in evolution, you don't believe in evolution. But to me, that's the most epic way to create humans.
Yeah.
In space, there's a vacuum. There's nothing. And then something appears. A human being appears. What more beautiful way than for God to take that nothing from a single cell and over time evolve that into the human being? That's God's way of creating the human being. That makes perfect sense. It's spontaneous creation out of nothingness. He's assembling the cells and evolving it over time through evolution and experiences to create his archetypical image. That's beautiful. That makes perfect sense to me. Why would you negate and skirt around this? It's really weird to me. I don't understand why that viewpoint is. I think science and religion, they're hand in hand. Evolution and God. It's evolution is God's way to create things. And on top of that, the Year Answer book says Adam and Eve weren't the first two people. Humans had been around for over 500,000 years by the time Adam and Eve landed. There's already a land of Nod established where people were living in. So all these different points of contention. I mean, maybe if him and Billy focused on that point, we would have more revelatory conversation. But
yeah, to that point, I would like to throw in there that it is a beautiful concept that although God is infinite in his power, he's boundless. I still think, basic laws of thermodynamics, basically nothing is free. You can't get something from nothing. And so life has to be carefully cultivated from the most primordial elements. And us human beings, I mean, we are valuable in the sense of how much time and effort is taken on the angelic part to get us biologically here to where we are today. And it's kind of like Sarah Walker, who's had some interviews on Lex Friedman and Joe Rogan and stuff. She talks about complexity and how we can exist at the same time as rocks or crystals, but we have more complexity in our proteins and molecular biology than a rock or a crystal. I think what God is constantly working towards is developing and refining the entire universe to build intelligent free will beings who can become co-creators of the universe. But that isn't free. We're not just Boltzmann brains who just spontaneously manifest in the universe floating there. We have to be very carefully fostered and cultivated.
Yep. Like I like to say, how do I term it? Intelligent manipulation of evolution over time during the various aeons. I mean, the mainstream, the basic level conception of why Christians don't believe in evolution, it used to be something called young earth creationism, in which they basically took a literal 7-day creation idea, and then they also try and interpolate the age of the earth. If Adam and Eve were the first people, then we look at the genealogies that are listed in the Bible, and to try and get an idea of how many families and how many years had gone by, also based on the years of life that it claims everyone lived. And from this sort of analysis, they get this idea that the Earth is only like 6,000 years old, and that's called young Earth creationism. And that's I don't think that's the mainstream anymore, but it used to be, at least in a lot of the evangelical crowd. But obviously, as science, Christians are in science too. These other explanations are becoming plausible. If all of science is saying the Earth is like millions of years old, and even our archaeology is now keeps pushing back like the age of humanity and civilization and tools to 10,000 years, 50,000 years, 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago. When that number keeps going up, then they kind of have to go, this I guess you could say the smart Christians will sort of acknowledge that, it was a mistake to try and directly interpolate. But when it comes to some of those other subjects like Cain finding a wife in the land of Nod, the go-to explanation is that to sort of write that off is that, Adam and Eve must have had other kids, and Cain and Abel were not their first kids, so they must have had a bunch of other kids in between, and then that meant there was different villages up to a different land where one of their families, their kids, their ancestors, progeny had created another city, and that's where Cain went. But then you can do little analysis okay, how much time would have had to gone by to actually have a whole other land of Nod that are from Adam and Eve's progeny? And so that's the things you get into. And at the end of the day, there's just not enough information in the Bible. But that's where we're going to say it again. We're pitching to you in the live chat. We're pitching to all the future viewers of the stream. Check out the Urantia book, because it reveals a story that makes so much more sense, in that there was a native human population on Earth, millions of people, different races. They call them the Sangic races, seven primary different colors of skin and types of humans that were all part of Homo sapiens. I don't know if we'd call it Homo sapiens if we saw the DNA actually, but it would be an earlier version.
Anatomically modern humans.
Yeah, anatomically modern humans. And Adam and Eve were beings from a spiritual sort of planet, spiritual dimension, the divine administration, and they were incarnated onto the planet to actually lead and introduce a higher DNA strain. They were not extraterrestrials in the traditional sense that they grew up on another mortal planet and then just came to Earth in their as part of a space opera to seed our civilization. They were actually on a planet where we end up in the afterlife eventually. And so we go through, your interest says we go through something called the mansion worlds. These are spiritual spheres. And we continue to learn about the universe and learn about God with a different type of body that is closer and closer to the type of bodies that angels have. And Adam and Eve, they came from that level of reality. And it says that God actually creates a bunch of beings within their category, and they actually, at key points in a mortal planet's infancy, they will volunteer and they go out on these missions to these planets. They land and they work with the planetary staff who has sort of pioneered and built the initial civilization, and then they introduce the next stage. And so that's Adam and Eve according to the Urantia book.
And
well put.
Yeah, well put. And I guess what you're saying is really you can consider the 7 days of creation as more of a symbolic 7 days, especially when you think, a day in God's eyes could be 1,000 years or something like that. But I mean, it's funny. I believe it was Wes Huff. I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me correctly, it was Wes Huff who said this, I think on the Joe Rogan podcast. And funny enough, it perfectly correlates with the very thing Billy Carson was saying. So something they agree on without realizing they agree on it. But when it comes to transmitting stories through oral tradition, you had to pack and condense a story in a way that was easy to remember. So you had like certain points, certain numbers, certain themes that stick in your memory. So even if you change the names of the characters or some of the details, the same story basically gets told. I think this is why some of the same stories are told through different cultures, like Quetzalcoatl and all that, and the variations in every single culture. But it's it shows that like something like the 7 days of creation was the creation story as early humans could understand it, and it was just like a condensed way of putting everything in a way that you could understand it when you tell the story, so it could be preserved further enough in time to where it could actually make it into something like the Bible.
Makes sense. Checks out.
Yep. And I actually have I have a clip from the Rogan interview where Wes actually talks about some of the misunderstandings and problems with the lifespans given in the Old Testament, which that's actually kind of unique. That I haven't I haven't heard a theologian kind of admit to that. Although I think it obviously it's within their world. They understand that there's calendar issues. Most Christians are just like 100%. They're like, oh, Noah lived 600 years. That's what it says. That's the truth. God wrote the Bible. Salute.
That's the truth. God wrote the Bible. Yeah, I got shit to say about that. I do want to read one more quote.
Go ahead.
To close this up on what Wes is saying. It's not, I mean, obviously we're beating a dead horse. Evolution, Christianity, a million conversations have been had about it. But let's use the situation to
some people haven't.
Truth.
Yeah, some people haven't heard this yet, so it's
true that. I want to bring up paper 49, The Inhabited Worlds, Part 1 for the people.
That's right. Our version of the Bible has knowledge on what's happening on other planets.
Yeah. Amen. The Third Testament. 50 Apocalypal Revelation.
Which Sunday service do you want to attend?
The Third Testament.
Legacy Foundation for Human Progress or traditional Sunday school?
And that shit was made up in like the medieval times, so it's boring, you know that.
It wasn't made up in the medieval times. The Bible is old.
No, I'm saying like when they actually reformed it into like a church and had like scholarly or institutions. Yeah, it was like
we're in the information age now.
Yeah, we're past that, dog. We're past that. All right. Part 1, the planetary life. The universes of time and space are gradual in development. The progression of life, terrestrial or celestial, is neither arbitrary nor magical. Cosmic evolution may not always be understandable, predictable, but it is strictly non-accidental. The biological unit of material life is the protoplasmic cell, the communal association of chemical, electrical, and other basic energies. The chemical formulas differ in each system, and the technique of living cell reproduction is slightly different in each local universe. But the life carriers are always the living catalyzers who initiate the primordial reactions of material life. They are the instigators of the energy circuits of living matter. All the worlds of the local system disclose unmistakable physical kinship. Nevertheless, each planet has its own scale of life, no two worlds being exactly alike in plant and animal endowment. These planetary variations in the system life types result from the decisions of the life carriers. But these beings are neither capricious nor whimsical. The universes are conducted in accordance with law and order. The laws of Nebadon are the divine mandates of Salvington, and the evolutionary order of life in Satania is in consonance with the evolutionary pattern of Nebadon. Evolution is the rule of human development, but the process itself varies greatly on different worlds. Life is sometimes initiated in one center, sometimes in 3, as it was on Urantia. On the atmospheric worlds, it usually has a marine origin, but not always. Much depends on the physical status of a planet. Damn, that's crazy. You can like seed the life in a non-marine origin. I can't even fathom that. The life carriers have great latitude in their function of life initiation. In the development of planetary life, the vegetable form always precedes the animal, and it is quite fully developed before the animal patterns differentiate. All animal types are developed from the basic patterns of the preceding vegetable kingdom of living things. They are not separately organized. The early stages of life evolution are not altogether in conformity with your present-day views. Mortal man is not an evolutionary accident. There is a precise system, a universal law, which determines the unfolding of the planetary life plan on the spheres of space. Time and the production of large numbers of a species are not the controlling influences. Mice reproduce much more rapidly than elephants, yet elephants evolve more rapidly than mice. The process of planetary evolution is orderly and controlled. The development of higher organisms from lower groupings of life is not accidental. Sometimes evolutionary progress is temporarily delayed by the destruction of certain favorable lines of life plasm carried in a selected species. It often requires ages upon ages to recoup the damage occasioned by the loss of a single superior strain of human heredity. The selected and superior strains of living protoplasm should be jealously and intelligently guarded once they make their appearance. And on most inhabited worlds, those superior potentials of life are valued much more highly than on Urantia, Earth. So that's just a little section from the Urantia book talking about evolution. Now, Magma brought up before the life carriers. I brought up in other episodes called panspermia or directed panspermia. When the single cell that started evolution on our planet hitched a ride on a comet or a meteor and hit our planet, and that seeded our evolution. So the first single cell hitched a ride on a meteor to Earth. That's panspermia. But the people who talked about panspermia, Watson and Crick, the people who discovered our DNA, they actually coined the term directed panspermia. So the people who literally discovered the double helix, the DNA pattern, they said there is no way this pattern evolved on Earth because it's so complex that it takes way more time than the amount that the planet Earth was around for it to be this complex, that it must have been evolved by a higher species. And then they also said it's the equivalent of you slicing up a dictionary into shredding it to 1 million pieces and throwing it on an airplane and having it all perfectly come together as a dictionary on its way down while it hits the ground. That's the equivalent of the human
That's
DNA
amazing.
evolving. That was their analogy. So the people who discovered DNA, I'm sure they know more than you about DNA, and you should probably listen to them. They're talking about directed panspermia.
The parallels that genetic that the genome has with language, it's clear that genetic code is like the programming language of angels, and it probably took billions of years to perfect over many worlds before they tried the experiment here on Earth, and they probably refine it on each new attempt. I mean, I kind of wonder if we are more advanced humanoids than maybe some earlier humanoids on prior worlds. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but I love that that one little sentence there that mice reproduce faster than elephants, but elephants evolve faster than mice.
Yeah,
and it shows that there's something special about how a species is differentiated. It's not entirely accidental. Evolution of life is a whole other tangent. I could go on for like a whole other episode, so I'll leave it at that.
Right on,
Got some more clips, baby.
We got Wes Huff admitting that Noah probably didn't live for 600 years because and the Sumerian kings did not live for thousands of years because of different counting systems and dates, timekeeping conventions. Let's hit it. Make sure this is up and check the audio levels as we're going here.
Their numbers are meant to be representational.
Is that like why they said
Let me turn it up for you guys in the stream. I'm down here, so hold up.
that Noah lived 600 years old?
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, you have that, and you have the Sumerian king lists, which have people living thousands of years, hundreds and thousands of years too. And I mean, there are some interesting academic articles on like the probability of the numbers that come up in those, because we have a base 10 counting system because we count our fingers. Ancient Near Eastern cultures like the Babylonians, the Akkadians, the Assyrians, they had a base 12 counting system because they would count each hinge, or whatever you call these, like spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
The different joints of the finger.
Yeah, the joints. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
And so that's why we have 360 degrees in a circle, 365 days in a year. Like this comes from the Mesopotamian counting conventions. And you look at some of these lists and they're operational and all divisible by like 12 and 60. And you're like, what's going on here? So not all of them, but enough of them where it's statistically impossible.
Close by 12 and 60. Oh my God.
I don't totally know what to make of those things because you do have the genealogies, I believe it's Genesis chapter 4 and Genesis chapter 11, where they're all divisible by these types of numbers that were very common in the ancient Near East. They're not random. Whereas if you look at the genealogies later in like Chronicles and Kings of the ages of the Israelite kings, they're random. And so it's just like, what do we do with that?
Right.
Because numbers are also far more representational, which is why we see numbers like 12 and 40 and 7 come up in the Bible, but also other ancient Near Eastern literature. Like there's certain numbers in Egyptian society that also were seen as like perfect numbers or like numbers that you wanted to incorporate. So
what's the earliest interpretation of calendars? Like what is the earliest where they did decide what a year was?
I have no idea.
Because you got to imagine if the average lifespan wasn't so good back then.
Yeah.
A lot of people got infected, died of war, famine, all these things. It would take quite a long time for people to figure out what a year was.
Right.
If you have we're going thousands and thousands of years ago. We have to establish like, okay, a day is, let's put the stick in the ground. When the shadow is here, this is where we start.
Yeah.
When the shadow goes all the way around like that, okay, maybe we can like mark these off. Okay, now we've got a sundial.
And there are different timekeeping conventions depending on society. Like ancient Jews had a different timekeeping convention than ancient Romans. And so that's why you see like in Genesis chapter 1, it talks about there being evening and there being morning is because, well, Jews today, right? You start the Sabbath on sundown the day before, right? So that's why. It's because there's different cycles. And so we go on a 24-hour time system. But ancient Jews had a different convention of that. Ancient Romans had a different convention of that. Ancient, Mesopotamian cultures had their own kind of conventions about these things, and calendars were all over the place. When you get to the Julian calendar, and they're like, we gotta standardize this thing because everybody's operating on a different, the Julian calendar and then the Gregorian calendar. Ancient timekeeping is very inexact and very messy, and so you kind of got to take certain things with a grain of salt,
right?
In terms of that, but. Ancient calendars, I don't even know. I know that talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, the group in Qumran, who were they were a sectarian group of Jews who believed that the Jews in Jerusalem had basically capitulated and were not holy enough. And part of their reasoning is that they believe they have a perfect calendar. And so they use a different calendar that doesn't have to do things like incorporate an extra month every certain number of years because, their thing is not perfect.
Scenic calendar.
And part of their reasoning as to why they're like the chosen is that they have a timekeeping system that they say is perfect.
The legacy Scenic calendar.
Buy our calendars now.
We need our own calendar. Correct. The correct one.
The perfect one so we can claim our divine status.
So we can calculate the return of Jesus.
I just got to say, with Joe Rogan bringing up the limited lifespans, back then, most people did only live to like 30 or something like that, 25. It is miraculous to me that we've been able to preserve the concept of constellations and the movement of stars, especially some of those very minuscule repositioning of stars across the sky and stuff. How on earth was that translated from generation to generation? That just blows my mind.
Yeah, that is insane. Ancient institutions, priesthoods. You
Yeah.
know, just brothers like us. If us three figured it out in the woods, we'd write it down and be like, we need to fucking teach it to the people we
Yeah.
care about. You know, little Mark, he's only 6, but I believe in that fool. I'm gonna teach him
Yeah.
that calendar. You know,
Yeah.
like that's how it fucking happened. Um,
You learn from the
that's
village elders, then you become the elder and you pass it on, I guess.
yeah. Thanks for bringing this clip up. I actually didn't even think to record this one, but it's funny, when I was watching this clip, I thought what I'm thinking now. I don't know why I didn't record it. I should have been better and recorded it, but thanks for bringing this up. So I want to bring up a quote from the Urantia book, paper 77 part 2. So little preface: the Anunnaki story. Prince Caligastia was a celestial being, and he landed with 100 assistants. And these 100 assistants had another 100 assistants, so there's 200. But the first 100 assistants were from the stars. The second 100 assistants were their human assistants. They were from Earth. But they were all superhuman. They all had altered genetics, let's put it that way. Not going to get into it, but that's just what it is. The Urantia book refers to them as the Nodite race. So the Nodites were the precursors to the Sumerians. What we consider the Sumerians of today were the descendants of these Nodites. And these Nodites were directly descendants from celestial beings, the Anunnaki. They created the first Sumerian kings and the Egyptian pharaohs. That's why all these Hebrew, Egyptian, Sumerian kings lists, we have them. We have the Sumerian kings list. But we can't reconcile the ages. How did they live for so long? And thanks for playing it again. He goes, but they're all divisible by 12, which is weird. It's fucking hilarious. They're so fucking close.
I know.
So from paper 77, the midway creatures. So I'm going to read the first paragraph, then I'm going to skip forward and read another paragraph. So the first paragraph. The Nodite race. While this is the narrative of the origin, nature, and function of the midway creatures of Urantia, the kinship between the two orders, the primary and secondary, makes it necessary to interrupt the story of the primary midwayers at this point in order to follow up the line of descendants from the rebel members of the corporeal staff of Prince Caligastia, the Anunnaki, from the days of the planetary rebellion to the times of Adam. It was this line of inheritance which, in the early days of the second garden, furnished half the ancestry for the midwayers. They're not talking about the midwayers, sorry. So the physical members of the prince's staff had been constituted sex creatures for the purpose of participating in the plan of procreating offspring, embodying the combined qualities of their special order, united with those of the selected stock of the Andon tribes, or the human tribes. And all of this was in anticipation to the subsequent appearance of Adam. So just to have a little mental picture in your head, we're talking pre-Adamic civilization, the Nodites, the Anunnaki, the people who created the Sumerian civilization. So I am going to skip down to 7723. The post-rebellion era on Urantia witnessed many unusual happenings. A great civilization, the culture of Dalmatia, was going to pieces. The Nephilim, the Nodites, were on Earth in those days. And when these sons of God went into the daughters of men, and they bore to them their children, they were the mighty men of old and the men of renown. While hardly the sons of God, the staff and their early descendants were so regarded by the evolutionary mortals of those distant days, even their stature came to be magnified by tradition. So this is talking about the Greek and Roman pantheon, the gods, Thor, the Norse traditions, all these mighty men of old, the Nephilim, the Anunnaki. So when the celestials mated with humans. That's
why you have in Egypt those statues of massive people. Their stature became magnified over time.
Yep. So
you can read that next sentence. This then is the origin of the well-nigh universal folk tale, the gods who came down to earth, and there with the daughters of men begot an ancient race of heroes. And all this legend became further confused with the race mixtures of the later appearing Adamites in the second garden. So yeah, that obviously you got the demigod thing in the Greek gods, the Roman pantheon. They had these demigods, I think, as well.
Well, not universal.
And it even says that our conception of the Nephilim, like, we're kind of exaggerating some of their giantness. You know, it wasn't like a 30-foot giant. It was
a
7 or 8
the staff,
foot or something.
they were like 7 or 8 feet.
Yeah. barely taller, just big dudes.
And like
Yeah.
those guys out of Prometheus. That's how I always picture them.
Exactly. Yeah. Like Prometheus. Yeah.
Actually, I picture gray skin, like silvery gray, like a dark gray, like space gray. I don't know if it says that, but that's my picture. I bet maybe they had different colors, but I don't know. They didn't have to. Their bodies were designed by genetic surgeons in a neighboring universe, it says.
Yeah. Exactly. So I'm just going to read through a couple of sentences, but I want to culminate on one paragraph. I'll tell you that paragraph when I get to that point, but I'm just going to read a random sentences right now. These mutant traits appearing in the first Nodite generation resulted from certain changes which had been wrought in the configuration and in the chemical constituents of the inheritance factors of their Adamic germ plasm. So, Nodites, notice the term Nod. So when Cain leaves the Garden of Eden to go find a wife in the land of Nod that has already been established, they're referring to these people right here, the Nodites. So descendants of the Anunnaki who had been alive for way before Adam and Eve. That's where Cain gets his wife from, the land of Nod. Going down a little bit more, it says that these life circuits cause the chromosomes of the specialized Urantia pattern to reorganize more after the patterns of the standardized simultaneous specialization of the ordained Nebadon life manifestation. So their cells, that when the Nephilim, the Nodites, the Anunnaki had sex with humans, the cells actually multiplied and divided upon a template that is more adherent to the Satanius specialization human pattern, not our human pattern, but a specialized type of Nebadon pattern. So that's why they were mighty men of old. The technique of this germplasm metamorphosis by the action of the system life currents is not unlike those procedures where Urantia scientists modify the germplasm of plants and animals by the use of X-rays. Interesting. The Keys of Enoch talks about that. We're not going to go into it right now, but so moving down to 7728, these two groups embracing 104 individuals who carried the modified Andonite germplasm constitute the ancestry of the Nodites, the eighth race to appear on Urantia. Urantia being Earth. And this new feature of human life on Urantia represents another phase of the outworking of the original plan of utilizing this planet as a life modification world. Except that this is one of the unforeseen developments. Okay. Now, this is where it gets fun, talking about exactly what Wes said. The Pure Line Nodites were a magnificent race, but they gradually mingled with their evolutionary peoples of Earth. And before long, great deterioration had occurred. 10,000 years after the rebellion, they had lost ground to the point where their average life was little more than that of the evolutionary races. When archaeologists dig up the clay tablet records of the later-day Sumerian descendants of the Nodites, they discover lists of Sumerian kings running back for several thousand years. And these records go further back. The reigns of the individual kings lengthened from around 25 or 30 years up to 150 years and more. This lengthening of the reigns of these older kings signifies that some of the early Nodite rulers, immediate descendants of the prince's staff, did live longer than their later day successors, and also indicates an effort to stretch the dynasties back to Dalmatia. The records of such long-lived individuals are also due to the confusion of months and years as time periods. This may also be observed in the biblical genealogy of Abraham and in the early records of the Chinese. The confusion of a 28-day month or season, which later introduced year of more than 350 days, is responsible for the tradition of such long human lives. There are records of a man who lived over 900 years. This period represents not quite 70 years, and such lives were regarded for ages as very long, 70 years and 10, as such a lifespan was later designated. The reckoning of the time by the 28-day month persisted long after days of Adam. But when the Egyptians undertook to reform the calendar about 7,000 years ago, they did it with great accuracy, introducing the year of 365 days. So it's saying right there, that we confuse months for years. And Wes says all these days for some reason are divisible by 12. You know, why do you think they're divisible by 12? Because there's fucking 12 months.
Interesting.
Mm,
We should email him.
That's what I'm saying. We're shedding the light, baby. Legacy FHP, posing the truth. But it's really interesting that's why they're so old. They're counting months as years. So divide it by 12 and you have the real age of the people.
Well, there's a little more to it than just dividing by 12, but that's an example of why that's one of the confusions happening. That's wild. 70 years extrapolated to over 900 years.
900 years.
Yeah.
So
it's over 900.
Yeah, his power level's over 9,000.
So hitting at over 4 hours now. Do y'all have any additional points or clips you wanted to cover?
Yeah, we got more clips.
Yeah, shit, dude. I don't give a fuck. I got
Magma's done. He's checked out. He's hitting that vape like.
No, dude. This is for the future viewers. See, people are gonna watch this. This is content, so we gotta hit all the Billy Carson hits right now.
Yeah, this is the mega stream.
Yeah,
mega
stream. My food won't be here for another 20-30 minutes, so I'm cool.
I got another clip here.
Before we end, I do have to address the New Testament and how it came to be, but that'll be like towards the end, final.
Okay. So here I got Wes saying you can't really use Genesis to interpret humanity's origins. It's more of a
what? From a Christian?
What? From a Christian? What the?
That doesn't make any sense. I thought Genesis was the only way you should look at reality.
All right, I think my stream is still up for you guys. So I found out how to hide it in the Discord window so it doesn't take a space.
Oh, cool.
It's you hide. You just hide. You right click it and then click hide. You can also hide non-video participants, like when Magma turns off his cam.
Chapter 1. Are they looking at that as an exact prescription of what God did? I mean, in some ways, maybe. But in other ways, they could see that as this like counter-apologetic to the other ancient Near Eastern stories, like I explained. So I just think we need to be careful when we're looking at, or even like counting up the genealogies and coming up with how old the earth is. I think that might be missing the forest for the trees in what we're actually looking at when we look at ancient documents and how we're trying to interpret them. But it is a big question, right?
Well, the question of evolution is a fascinating one, right? Because there's obviously something happening, particularly with us, if we really are related to Homo naledi, naledi, or there's something clearly is happening. There's this like process of change, and if we don't completely understand all the factors in that process of change, we might miss out. The equation might be incomplete. It's like we know a lot now about evolution that we did not know before, but like all sciences, new data comes in and you have to recalibrate things. Like, have you been paying attention to this? There's
that. And then I also have, Wes talks about how the Christians sort of wrote off the old gods and the pantheons as demons. It was their explanation. I bookmarked this because it seemed interesting, so we'll see what this has to say.
Earliest criticisms of Christianity were actually that it was atheistic. Being the negative participle, and theos meaning God, right? Because the ancient world was polytheistic.
Right.
But more than that, it was what's sometimes referred to as henotheism, in that it's not that they believe in many gods, it's that they believe in many gods, and your gods could be my gods, right? Jupiter could be Zeus, just the same god by a different name. And your cities could have gods, right? Osiris and Ra can live in Egypt, and Zeus and Athena can live here, and that doesn't compromise anything. But then the Christians are coming around and they're saying, actually, no, none of those gods exist. If they exist, then they're demons, but they don't actually exist. And this was a big point of persecution within early Christianity, is that a lot of physical events were tied to supernatural events. So there's an ancient historian who has this line where he says, if the Nile River is too high in Egypt or the Tiber River is too low in Rome, the cry will ring out, the Christians to the lions.
Mm.
Because if you have a famine in Athens,
Yeah, the Christians were like, your gods are actually demons. Read the Book of Enoch. He knew it. And then, at some point, they got thrown to the lions for saying anything like that.
Yeah.
What a
Yeah,
way to go.
they got a lot of persecution in the Roman Empire, I'm sure, for claiming that the Roman gods were bullshit, because that was hot at the time, and they're like, nah, fuck you Christians, kill them. He does keep talking right here, and he talks about how like the lowering of the tide meant Christians will get fed to the lions, because at the time they were Roman and they believed that the gods controlled the tide of the river. So if the river was too low for that harvest season, guess what? It was the Christians' fault, because they were talking too much shit on the gods. And now the gods were angered, so we have to slaughter Christians. So he was saying, like, when the river tide goes down, Christians die. Very interesting.
D-Bake, do you remember what that word was you mentioned maybe about a month ago? You had learned a word. I forget what it was, but it was this idea. I don't necessarily believe it, but I think it's interesting. It was like gods or deities hold their power based on how many people believe in them. You remember that? You know what I'm talking about?
I'm not
It
sure.
was
Like an egregore?
But yeah, it's a popular
that's what it was.
concept in like theosophy, I think.
Yeah, like an egregore. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Thought that was interesting. That kind of sounds like what he's describing was kind of a widespread belief at that time. Like, we believe in our God, and you Christians are reducing, like, you're diminishing the value of our God by spreading this
It's
misinformation.
fake egregore, yeah.
And now all hell's breaking loose and nature's showing its wrath,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, like a thought form that comes to life by giving it more energy. Yeah, and that you're creating egregores. I could definitely see that the Christians were looking at it like that. Probably not using the term egregore, but like, hey, you guys are these demons. You're giving thought. You're giving energy to these negative entities, these false entities. That's pretty gnarly. Another point that most people don't realize, excuse me, the Urantia book talks about it, is that the Jewish faith in itself was polytheistic for a long time. They had their own pantheon of gods. They were nature worshippers, worshiping spirits for the water, spirits for the crops. Then that their lead, well, it culminated to Yahweh being the leader of their god, and that was actually the volcano spirit, because it was the strongest, and every time it would erupt, they were like, that's the main god because it's the strongest. But even within those proto-Semitic tribes, there was Baal versus Yahweh, and even David in the Old Testament goes and pays tribute to Baal, So it's like, even in the Hebrew tradition, within their own cities, they're like, okay, that Jewish city over there, Baal is their city deity. Our city deity is Yahweh. The Sumerian city deity is Marduk. And we're going to go to battle and see whose god is the strongest. And then the Jews started winning, and then they started proclaiming Yahweh is the strongest. And that kind of led to monotheism. But they initially started off as polytheists. Like, they were entertaining other gods.
In an interesting note, something I learned from Bill Cooper's Mystery of Babylon is you can kind of pinpoint the time frame of when people were worshiping Baal as like a bull, like a bull statue, as the age it was in of the zodiac. So like,
Okay, like
Christianity,
the Taurus constellation.
yeah, exactly, Taurus, because Christianity has the fish because it's the age of Pisces.
Pisces, yep. Okay.
And then the Sphinx, the lion statue.
The lion, Leo.
There's a theory it was a human head sculpted over probably a degraded lion head that
I
the
think that's
muzzle
the
had
truth.
fallen off or something. Yeah. So the original lion statue was probably built with the constellation of Leo behind it or whatever.
That's what the Keys of Enoch says, straight up.
That's interesting. Yeah, so it shows just how ancient that would have been. Yeah.
Trippy. Thanks for bringing that clip up, Taylor. And we do tend to demonize the gods of, other religions that we don't subscribe to, which is unfortunate. You got anything else for that one?
You talking to me about clips?
Yeah, about about just this clip. You got anything else to say about it?
No, except that as disclosure and ET and true positive celestial beings start to disclose themselves, a lot of Christians are going to be scared and calling it demons. And I just want to say, for anyone that has that kind of conception, try and give them a little bit more leeway. Try and not let the fear be your first result of your explanation for what's happening. If you start to see a lot of crazy stuff in the skies, etc. Because
Oh no, they're not demons. If they were, we'd tell you. Don't trip.
the
So if
kingdom of heaven, let's say Jesus is coming back. You think maybe he might show up with a chariot of celestial vehicles, a little fanfare? Who knows? So just don't make a decision too early. Just let it ride out.
Yeah.
I just gotta say,
drop top. Skirt.
if that happens, if that's real, if something like that actually happens, and there actually is a Lilo and Stitch kind of galactic federation of other races out there, and they come to visit us.
Lilo and Stitch.
That is a great movie. Maybe some of them are aligned with the cosmic celestial government of Christ Michael, and some of them could be aligned with Lucifer. And
That's right. He's risen, baby.
he is risen. We would have to discern. We got to interview these aliens, get them on this podcast, and figure out where do their values line up.
Yeah, don't be surprised if the Legacy FHP got the first alien interview, because these motherfuckers know what they're talking about.
We probably will.
Yeah, checks out.
But the problem would be that it would be telepathic, and we would need someone to one of us would have to say it in English.
Bashar speaks.
Receiving a transmission.
Receiving transmission.
Unless it's one of the humanistic human extraterrestrial races and they actually know our language. Shout out to the Teget and Pleiadians up in the spaceship above our atmosphere.
Yeah, Ashtar. Receiving message. Jesus was a shrimper.
Jesus was a shrimper. He never caught a fish. He
never caught fish. Sorry, guys. You like clowning on the channel.
This is what happens 4 hours in. These boys going nutty.
Channeling Ashtar. No, I got it. So, I mean, I guess we can kind of slowly start wrapping it up unless you guys got anything. Yes. But I do want to hit one more topic. Apologetics, researching scripture. I kind of want to shed light while we have the moment to talk about just exactly how the New Testament came to be. Just talking about how if the Bible is the Word of God, you need to listen to every point.
Real quick, could you explain to me what is apologetics? Well,
apologetics would be like you're trying to prove the Christians are right. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
It's mostly about how the science of how Christians trust that the Bible, that the text of the Bible has been assembled and that can be trusted. And then it's also sort of about defending the faith, criticisms of doctrine and practice. Basically, like, for example, when somebody asks you why does God allow evil? Why is the problem of evil even allowed to exist? It's a sort of apologetics concept to like make sure you have answers ready for the defense of that question.
Okay.
And it's very much about logic, reason. It would fit in a debate style in order to explain your reasonings, and it's like this whole field. Now, to me, it's sort of like the Christian scientist. It's almost like if you want to like really prove or believe that God wrote the Bible, you go into apologetics, and you're like, and then from that you're like, I now have revived my faith and I trust in the Word of God.
Okay, that kind of gives you the talking points and trains you for those kind of confrontations.
So that's like the correct standard definition. I try to pull from like the social definition, the colloquial definition of like you're an apologist, like you're a Nazi apologist. It's like it's like you're a sympathist, like
Okay,
technically
that makes
speaking,
sense.
they don't believe in the Christian religion at first, and they start looking up the scriptures, and it has actual valid dates and with testimonies from Philo and this and that, and you're like, okay, we kind of got to listen to them. We got to be
Okay.
apologists. Like they what they're saying makes sense, even though I don't personally believe their entire doctrine. What they're saying has root in reality. Like I'm an
Okay.
apologist, you know.
Okay, so that's basically what Wes Huff is doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
All right,
he.
so
I
He's
think that's
less
what
of
he
a
works
theologian,
with
more
a
apologist.
nonprofit as like one of his main jobs, and it's an
Mhm.
apologetics thing. He gives a YouTube channel in the Joe Rogan interview where they have a bunch of videos. I think it's called
okay.
if you search Wes Huff Apologetics Canada, Can I Trust the Bible series. So they have a YouTube series up on the Apologetics Canada channel with Wes.
Check that out.
I think
All
D-Bake's
right, so
he's muted, but he's talking to someone else. So
okay, I was gonna
yeah,
say
we're doing the wrap up here for everyone still
Yeah, I got
with
something.
us on the stream.
You
But
want to say
yeah,
hi, dude? Come
D-Bake,
over here.
you can.
New Testament.
Fine. Go over there. Sorry, D3 wants to say hi, but he doesn't want to say hi now. He's getting shy.
D3,
Magma says he wants to say hi.
Dedrick the Third, get over here.
Okay, we'll come say hi.
Oh,
You
and I'm just looking at the chat as well.
He's shy.
Come on, hurry up, because I got to finish.
So King Salmon
Baby
Fish,
D, where
I
are you?
like
Baby
your
D!
claim here. I'm interested in your claim here.
Hey,
King
buddy.
Salmon Fish in the chat says I
Baby
bridged
D.
sacred geometry and hard physics. I'm
Fist
being
bump.
literal and scientific.
Fist bump.
Oh, and
He's
this is
fist bumping.
this is
He's
Dedrick the
fist bumping
Third
the
on the
screen right
stream.
now.
I love you, Baby
There
D.
So he says he loves you. He can't hear you, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Say something. Say something to the people. Say it. Tell them where's God?
God.
Where is it? Point to him. And where's Jesus? And where's Jesus?
Amen to that.
Where's Jesus? In your heart.
There you go.
Who created the universe?
God.
That's right. And who helped him create it?
Jesus.
There you go. Look at that. That 4-year-old smashing on half of you guys' concepts out there.
Oh yeah, he's right here. The rest of us, we're catching up. All right, so you're gonna give a breakdown of the New Testament.
I got some quotes. Paper 121.8 or part 8 if you want it for the people.
I'll pull it up. Oh, and Salmon Fish. What I was getting to is that we have some episodes coming out on the Flower of Life. There's a book called Ancient Secrets of the Flower of Life by Drunvalo Melchizedek, and it talks about the Flower of Life. So that's obviously sacred geometry. But yeah, I mean, we wouldn't necessarily bring you directly on the stream to talk about that, but we do talk to people in the Discord server. So if you wanted to actually chat with us, that would be the place. Just send a DM or something on Discord.
Join the Discord. Let's have a talk, and if it's fire, dog, we'll put it out there.
If it's fire, we will put it out, publicly. But you got to prove yourself first. A lot of people saying they know about sacred geometry, but sometimes they looking like 10% of Terrence Howard.
I got a sacred geometrical starfish in between my butt cheeks. You want to check that out?
Okay, what's the quote? What am I looking up?
We're silly on this channel. 121.8.
A hydrogen atom. Interesting.
The hydrogen atom. What the fuck?
121.8. That's not the hydrogen atom. It's previous written records.
Oh, is that the
who wrote the New Testament? This is good.
There you go. Yep. So we'll end it on this point. I wanted to start with this, but I'm glad we can labor for the end banger. This is specifically to Wes Huff, talking to you, my boy. If you ever see this, hit me up. You might think we're a bunch of bullshitters. You might be like, damn, these guys making some good points. If you're real, fuck with us. If you're real, fuck with us. That's all I'm saying. This is for you, baby. This is for you, baby. And we just want to add some more scripture to your mindscape. You love studying all the papyri and how the word of God came into being. Well, then you need to study the Urantia book. If you haven't heard of it, which I'd be surprised if he hasn't heard of it because it's kind of super gnarly. But if he hasn't, this is going to blow his mind. I swear to God. If you have such gusto, even looking up forgeries, then fucking let's go. Urantia book's a forgery. Prove it. Let's go. Look into it. Come on. We need people like you
I will
to go
go
through
there.
this text, you know. And if it can add to your viewpoint, hit us up. So from 121, the times of Michael's bestowal, kind of giving you an overview on what planet Earth was like right before Jesus was incarnated. But before Jesus was incarnated, Gabriel was sent to Earth to study the human races and to pick a family for Jesus. And while he was on Earth, he was studying the climates and condition of religions to figure out what religion Jesus should incarnate into. So they're doing a lot of studies, and they have an overview on pretty much everything. And even after he died, they're still monitoring it so they can see exactly how his life influenced society up until today. Part of that is the New Testament. Part of that is what Wes Huff be focused on. Billy Carson, not so much. But let's talk about it. So 8, previous written records. And this is a banger right here, guys. This
Let's hear it.
is what all of Christian apologetics is looking for.
The Holy Grail.
As far as possible, consistent with our mandate, we have endeavored to utilize and to some extent coordinate the existing records having to do with the life of Jesus on your rancho. When they say we have endeavored to utilize, they're speaking from an angelic point of view. I'll go down to the bottom of the paper real quick. This paper was brought to us. Oh wait, we have to read this. After this, we'll read the end.
Okay.
We'll save it for later. Okay, so this is written. Obviously, the Oriental book was written from an angelic point of view. It was given to us by angels who were actually there. That's why we consider it the standard, because the angels that were floating above the actual event were watching it, and they have the clearest possible record. So, we have endeavored to utilize and to some extent coordinate the existing records having to do with the life of Jesus on your rancho. Although we have enjoyed access to the lost record of the Apostle Andrew,
Well, where are you
and
reading?
have
What's the paragraph?
121.81.
Oh, we're still up top. Oh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
although they've enjoyed access to the lost record of the Apostle Andrew, the Gospel of Andrew, wonder if there's a record of it somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll find that someday.
Right. And have
Or if
benefited
the
from
midwares have the only copy.
Yeah, right. Or if it's totally destroyed and it's only in like the
Channel it.
minds of the midwares. Yeah. We have benefited from the collaboration of a vast host of celestial beings who were on Earth during the times of Michael's bestowal, notably his now personalized adjuster. So they actually talked to the thought adjuster that was in Jesus's mind at the time. I mean,
They
you
did a
can't get a
podcast
better
with them.
yeah, you can't get a better fucking account. It has been our purpose also to make use of the so-called Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. These New Testament records have their origin in the following circumstances. If you're a Christian, this should be gold to you right here. The Gospel by Mark. John Mark wrote the earliest, accepting the notes of Andrew, briefest and most simple record of Jesus' life. He presented the Master as a minister, as a man among men. Although Mark was a lad lingering about many of the scenes which he depicts, his record is in reality the gospel according to Simon Peter. He was early associated with Peter and later with Paul. Mark wrote this record at the instigation of Peter and on the earnest petition of the church at Rome. Knowing how consistently the Master refused to write out his teachings, one on earth and in the flesh, Mark, like the apostles and other leading disciples, was hesitant to put them into writing. But Peter felt the church at Rome required the assistance of such a written narrative, and Mark consented to undertake its preparation. He made many notes before Peter died in AD 67. And in accordance with the outline approved by Peter and for the Church of Rome, he began his writing soon after Peter's death. The Gospel was completed near the end of AD 68. Mark wrote entirely from his own memory and Peter's memory. The record has since been considerably changed. Numerous passages have been taken out, and some later matter added at the end to replace the latter 1/5 of the original Gospel, which was lost from the first manuscript before it was ever copied. This record by Mark, in conjunction with Andrew and Matthew's notes, was the written basis of all the subsequent gospel narratives, which sought to portray the life and teachings of Jesus. So, little Mark, John Mark, he was like a 9, 10, 11-year-old boy and witnessed all the Jesus events, and he was young. Him and Andrew's lost record was the basis that everybody else drew from to write the other gospels.
Billy said that on the stream as well, or Wes at least talked about it. Someone within those two videos had said that, like, had claimed that the gospels, a lot of the gospels have overlap from the other gospel, basically just saying that the story is not really that different, so it could just be from the same source, sort of like retold. And this is kind of this is kind of pointing out that they did do. Obviously, they were able to supplement it, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and it kind of leads more credence to the whole Billy Carson angle with the resurrection was missing from the Mark part of the older Codex Sinaiticus. If this is saying that all of the later Gospels were copied from Mark, and if Mark was missing that resurrection story, it gets a little bit more gnarly. But we know it was just due to deterioration.
I think it was 3 out of 4 Gospels talk about the resurrection. It's just one that doesn't.
Yeah, the Mark, and then the Urantia book says the other 3 were copied from Mark's notes.
Oh, so the reason, and so you're saying the reason that Mark doesn't have the resurrection is because that's the oldest of all the written down, which meant that it suffered more. It was, I guess you could say, it suffered more from degeneration, and so it lost that segment.
No, I was saying I was just trying to make a mental point. If Billy Carson was as adept as us, he could have kind of like tried to talk like that, but I truly think the only reason it's missing was due to deterioration, like actual physical deterioration. So I don't think it was left out. I just think it was. But if Billy was savvy, he could have. But the Gospel of Mark didn't have it, and the rest were copied. Whatever. Okay. Just holding the antithesis conversation in my mind, or the antithesis in my mind, the opposing argument. Number 2. The Gospel of Matthew. The so-called Gospel according to Matthew is the record of the Master's life, which was written for the edification of Jewish Christians. The author of this record constantly seeks to show in Jesus' life that much of what he did was that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet. And it's so true. You read the Gospel of Matthew, and it's all about that. Everything Jesus did, they have to qualify it with an Old Testament, so it might be fulfilled, which is spoken by the prophet. Matthew's gospel portrays Jesus as a son of David, picturing him and showing great respect for the law and prophets. The apostle Matthew did not write this gospel. It was written by Isidore, one of his disciples, who had as help in his work not only Matthew's personal remembrance of these events, but also a certain record which the latter had made of the sayings of Jesus directly after the crucifixion. This record by Matthew was written in Aramaic. Isidore wrote in Greek. There was no intent to deceive the accrediting to production to Matthew. It was the custom in those days for pupils thus to honor their teachers. So he wasn't trying to be shady. He was just trying to, show tribute.
Okay.
Matthew's original record was edited and added in AD 40, just before he left Jerusalem to engage in evangelistic preaching. It was a private record, the last copy having been destroyed in the burning of a Syrian monastery in AD 416. Damn. Isidore escaped from Jerusalem in AD 70 after the investment of the city by the armies of Titus, taking with him to Pella a copy of Matthew's notes. In the year 71, while living at Pella, Isidore wrote the Gospel according to Matthew. He also had with him the first 4/5 of Mark's narrative. So the Gospel of Matthew was really written by Isidore, his student, Matthew's student, and it was taken from Mark's notes with the addition of Isidore's recollection of Matthew's sayings. And the Gospel of Luke. Luke, the physician of Antioch in Pisidia. Luke, the physician of Antioch in Pisidia, was a Gentile convert of Paul. and he wrote quite a different story of the Master's life. He began to follow Paul and learned of the life and teachings of Jesus in AD 47. Luke preserves much of the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ in his record as he gathered up these facts from Paul and others. Luke presents the Master as the friend of publicans and sinners. He did not formulate his many notes into the gospel until after Paul's death. Luke wrote in the year 82 in Achaia. He planned 3 books dealing with the history of Christ and Christianity, but died in AD 90, just before he finished the second of these works, the Acts of the Apostles, which is the first book after the 4 Gospels in the New Testament. That's crazy. I didn't even realize that. So Luke never met Jesus. Luke was found by Paul.
Yeah, and he's the
So it
sort of
shows
like
you.
outside, like journalist, you could say, who's using the journalistic standards. Wes talks about this character named Quintilian in that age, who sort of like helped set a lot of these standards of what a historical account should look like, and so that's why Luke sort of follows this template, and he's like interviewing people. So
Yeah, and this is I don't know if Corbin's still in here, Corbin Dallas, if you are, but I guess this was addressing your statement in the chat, talking about the biographers that Wes brought up who were following Jesus and writing down Jesus' life. So I feel like this is more of an accurate depiction of these biographers. As material for the compilation of his gospel, Luke first depended upon the story of Jesus' life as Paul had related it to him. But Paul didn't even know Jesus. That's crazy. So it's like a fourth-hand account. Luke's gospel is, therefore, in some ways, the gospel according to Paul. Great. Paul's everywhere, dog. But Luke had other sources of information. He not only interviewed scores of eyewitnesses to the numerous episodes of Jesus' life, which he records, but he also had with him a copy of Mark's gospel. That is, the first 4/5, Isidore's narrative, and a brief record made in the year AD 78 at Antioch by a believer named Cedes. Luke also had a mutilated and much edited copy of some notes purported to have been made by the Apostle Andrew. Number 4, the Gospel of John. The Gospel of John relates much to Jesus' work in Judea and around Jerusalem, which is not contained in other records. This is a so-called Gospel according to John, the son of Zebedee, and though John did not write it, he did inspire it. Since its first writing, it has several times been edited to make it appear to have been written by John himself. When the record was made, John had the other Gospels, and he saw that much had been omitted. Accordingly, in the year AD 101, he encouraged his associate, Nathan, a Greek Jew from Caesarea, to begin the writing. John supplied his material from memory and by reference to the 3 records already in existence. He had no written records of his own. The epistle known as 1 John was written by John himself as a covering letter for the work which Nathan executed under his direction. Interesting. All of these writers presented honest pictures of Jesus as they saw, remembered, or had learned of him, and as their concepts of these distant events were affected by their subsequent espousal of Paul's theology of Christianity. And these records, imperfect as they are, have been sufficient to change the course of history of Urantia for almost 2,000 years. So there you have it, folks. This celestial understanding of how the New Testament came to be. It's a little gnarly. You guys got any thoughts? I need
There
the
you have
bathroom
it,
real quick.
folks.
I think Christians would be impressed by that explanation. You know, it's not like it doesn't really have anything like offensive, and it's insightful.
Yeah.
It's pointing out things that are within so yeah, I don't know. And you know, who knows, maybe someone from the apologetics and the scriptural community could actually take some of those claims and actually sort of verify it. Probably figure out, like, I don't know, looking for the name Isidore to see, I don't know what that would look like, but yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like it would be so difficult to try to dig through records and find any kind of documentation that would back that up, just because I know so much is lost to time. It's such a shame that something like the Library of Alexandria was burned down. I can't even imagine how much was lost during that.
Yep. And I don't know, this might be I had the thought I have this book called The Gospel of the Chaldean, and it's by
Ooh, that's a
something
good
called
one.
the Chaldean Trust. Have you read it?
We figured it out together, asshole.
What?
You remember that? We were in the Colburn Bible, the Chaldean.
I remember I thought I sent you the PDF because I bought the official PDF from the site.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. But we didn't do an episode on it yet. But
No, we didn't do the episode. No.
from what you remember, what did you think of it? To me, it sounded like a lost account of the life of Jesus. And I was just thinking, I was like, I wonder if this has any connection to this Andrew's account.
Interesting. I have not even given it a second of thought since we kind of glimmed over it. We didn't really. I read a little bit of it, and I started looking up on the website and how it came to be. I was like, oh, interesting, but I haven't done anything else. If it actually is connected to one of these New Testament lost records, that would be insane.
Dude, well, they say that in the beginning of this book, they're like, when Eliad, our father in the faith, came in full flight from afar, seeking refuge beyond the confines of his persecutor's domain, he set his colostone in Lanavalek. Even that name, I was like, what the heck? I just realized that it looks a lot like Lananandek. Maybe the root words are similar. But anyway, I remember that the premise for this book was that like someone came with the message of Christianity to the Druids in like Ireland, and they came with the writings and the story about Jesus, and they were like they were running from persecution, and they brought this truth with them. And these Druids were like, when they read through it and stuff, and they checked it out, they considered it like they were actually, when they got here, they were like, we already maintain the light of the truth here, but we recognize your truth as well as being the same as our own. And so they sort of took him into the fold, and that's how this text was allegedly preserved. And so I'm just thinking, like, what if this is one of these lost accounts that actually has sort of derived off of some of these original writings from the disciples?
That's pretty interesting.
I don't know what the dating is on when this person came to the Druids.
Could possibly be pre-Christian, because like they didn't start calling themselves Christians till way later. The first Christians were just Jews. They didn't have a name for themselves, so it could be pre-Christian but Christian. That's dope.
Yeah, so pretty cool account there. So
that would be a place to look.
Let's wrap it up with this banger. The last part, the acknowledgement of the same paper, 128.812. So we just read to you a little synopsis of what the New Testament, how it came to be from a celestial point of view. And at the end of every paper, it gives a little blurb about what celestial being gave us this paper, gave us these concepts. And some of the papers actually give a lot more background on how the celestial, what methodology the celestial used to manifest these papers to us. So let's read it right now in the acknowledgement.
I think your number was wrong there. What's the thing again?
128.812.
812? There's no section 8 in paper 128.
Oh, 121. Sorry, I'm fucking up. Same paper. 121. Keep them on their toes.
Yeah.
So, acknowledgement. In carrying out my commission to restate the teachings and retell the doings of Jesus of Nazareth, I have drawn freely upon all sources of record and planetary information. My ruling motive has been to prepare a record which will not only be enlightening to the generation of men now living, but which may also be helpful to all future generations. From the vast story of information made available to me, I have chosen that which is best suited for the accomplishment of this purpose. As far as possible, I have derived my information from purely human sources. Only when such sources failed have I resorted to those records which are superhuman. When ideas and concepts of Jesus' life and teachings have been acceptably expressed by a human mind, I invariably gave preference to such apparently human thought patterns. Although I have sought to adjust the verbal expression, the better to conform to our concept of the real meaning and the true import of the Master's life and teachings as far as possible, I have adhered to the actual human concept and thought pattern in all my narratives. I well know that those concepts which have had origin in the human mind will prove more acceptable and helpful to all other human minds. When unable to find the necessary concepts in the human records or in the human expressions, I have next resorted to the memory resources of my own order of earth creatures, the Midwayers. And when that secondary source of information provided inadequate, I have unhesitatingly resorted to the superplanetary sources of information. The memoranda which I have collected, and from which I have prepared this narrative of the life and teachings of Jesus, aside from the memory of the record of the Apostle Andrew, embrace thought gems and superior concepts of Jesus' teachings assembled from more than 2,000 human beings who lived on earth from the days of Jesus down to the time of inditing these revelations. More correctly, restatements. The revelatory permission has been utilized only when the human record and human concepts failed to supply an adequate thought pattern. My revelatory commission forbade me to resort to extra-human sources of either information or expression until such a time as I could testify that I had failed in my efforts to find the required conceptual expressions in purely human sources. This is heavy right here.
We got the scholar, the Midway scholar, breaking the fourth wall.
Literally, this is the Midwayer Wes Huff breaking the fourth wall. Wes Huff, this Midwayer, could be around you and you don't even know it. While I, with the collaboration of my 11 associate fellow Midwayers and under the supervision of the Melchizedek of Record, have portrayed this narrative in accordance with my concept of its effective arrangement and in response to my choice of immediate expression. Nevertheless, the majority of the ideas and even some of the effective expressions which I have thus utilized had their origin in the minds of men of many races who have lived on Earth during the intervening generations, right on down to those who are still alive at the time of this undertaking. In many ways, I have served more as a collector and editor than as an original narrator. I have unhesitatingly appropriated these ideas and concepts, preferably human, which would enable me to create the most effective portraiture of Jesus' life, and which would qualify me to restate his matchless teachings in the most strikingly helpful and universally uplifting phraseology. In behalf of the Brotherhood of the United Midwayers of Urantia, I most gratefully acknowledge our indebtedness to all sources of record and concept which have been hereinafter utilized in the further elaboration of our restatement of Jesus' life on earth. A fucking men.
Boom.
Amun.
Oh,
Yeah, that happens, and then they go into the birth and infancy of Jesus. So they're apologetics. They're like explaining how they wrote this record.
Straight up, yeah. Straight up.
Yeah.
Like, what else could you want? So the main thing that cursory Christians, when they look at the Urantia book, the first thing that they go to is they go, there's human like books and sources that are used in this. But then what they don't cover is that the Urantia book says that's what they're doing. It says that first they use the best human sources, and then second they use the angelic and superhuman records of the events. And when there's no way to express a concept in something that humans have already written down, then it's like a revelatory piece of information that they actually reveal, like when they're talking about the afterlife and what we're doing on the mansion worlds. So that's why we like this book so much. It's modern, it reads modern, it's less than 100 years old. Yep. And they explain everything.
And that's what's cool too, is when you look at something like UrantiaBookSources.com, where someone people have tried to go through and find the sources, some of the source books where like a paragraph looks like it was kind of taken and edited a little, and people have done a great job at that. I mean, it's common practice when writing a book to use some sources and then cite your sources or whatever. But the sheer number of unique sources that go into the Urantia book is kind of staggering, where you would think, like, how on earth would a person or a group of people think to assemble this many books into one book and compile it? But what's even more fascinating is when you look at the stuff the Urantia book tells that's completely unique, where you can't find any prior origin, and there's a decent load of concepts in the Urantia book. That's the first time you encounter it. And you can see the highest expression of cosmology, theology, philosophy, an entire college philosophy course condensed in the Urantia book. But then there's also more. And that's what gets me.
Yeah, they exhaust our highest concepts, and then only then they reveal fucking new concepts, and you're like,
boy, do they exhaust it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope that was a good ending banger right there.
It was.
Let's celebrate for the 5-hour mega live stream, Billy Carson versus Wes Huff exposed, and more.
I think we hit a record, boys.
Shedding truth on them on that debate. Ooh. That's hot right now.
One final point I wanted to make was I feel like Billy Carson's reaction to all this is a perfect textbook example of what do you call it, the Barbra Streisand effect? I think that was it.
That's what Wes said, yeah.
Yeah, by trying to cover something up, you bring more exposure to it. And I'm kind of glad he did. Otherwise, we probably.
So people try to cover up our podcast. Everybody try to cover it.
Yeah, right. It's so ironic. It's like, don't look where I'm pointing, and all of a sudden everyone's looking. That's great.
Don't think about the white elephant. Shit, I'm thinking about the white elephant.
Thinking about it. Yep.
Maybe Billy knew he had foreknowledge that. So he's playing 5D chess here. He's like, okay, I'm going to intentionally overreact. I'm going to do this crazy rant. I'm going to apologize later. But out of all this, we're going to get more people looking at my content. We're going to lure more people looking at like Wes. And then ultimately, it's all for the Legacy FHP to do a 5-hour mega stream. Thank you, Billy Carson.
Banking on.
That was the final goal. Hell
that was the final goal.
When the tide rises, when the tide goes up, all ships rise, right? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Billy Carson.
All right.
Unfortunately, we couldn't hit the Noah story. I did want to hit the Noah story because he brought that up, but we can do that later. It's next live stream.
Yeah, he claimed Noah's Ark was a disc.
Part 2. 5 more hours.
We'll be quick break. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Another 5-hour episode. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope we were able to shed some truth, some light, some knowledge. I hope you progressed in the mind, body, spirit just a tiny bit today. Again, if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you are up to date with all the planetary broadcasts, with all the celestial information. You want to be in tune just like us. All of our links in the description. You want to follow us on social media, Instagram, go for it. Links are in the description. Again, we do have shirts that are live. They're shirts. We're gonna come out with more merch, such as like lanyards and stuff. But right now, this is the way we keep this production afloat. It costs us $21 to manufacture the shirts. We're only making $9 profit. It's a $30 shirt. For $30, you get some dope swag, and you get to be one of the producers, one of the contributors, one of the donators, one of the founders behind the Legacy FHP. You can help us. You can help the message get out across the face of planet Earth. We're no longer playing games. This ain't fucking high school. We're not twiddling thumbs. We're actually trying. You think this is a game? We're actually trying to take over the planet Earth. We're trying to get people to the best possible version of themselves that they can be mentally, physically, and spiritually. And part of that comes with understanding these concepts that we're talking about.
Nice.
Billy Carson and Wes Huff, those personalities came together and they created a platform so that more light can be shed onto the planet Earth. Amen.
And that is our 5-hour reaction video.
Amen, baby. So if you could help us out, only $30. Most shirts now are $20-$30, dude. So if you want to rep some fire shit, you want to walk around, tell people what you rep, the legacy, the kingdom of heaven, the modern version of what Jesus preached about back in the day. Do you want to be a part of it? Because you can. And you can also help us keep preaching it. So join the Discord if you want us to you want to interact with us, or if you have any suggestions on what we want to talk about, the links there will be all in the description. Go get yourself a shirt. We got multiple other shirts on the website too. Every time you buy one, you are funding directly funding the progress of the kingdom of heaven. So appreciate all your guys' help. Hit that subscribe button. Magma Sloth, my brother. Tay Chilla, my brother. I'm not going to end it right now because they got shit to say, but what's up?
Beautiful salesmanship. I'll go ahead and dip out. It's been real, guys. It's been a fun podcast.
All right.
Right on. Yeah, I don't got too much to say other than yeah, I felt like we dropped a lot of truth. We dropped a lot of concepts. We got a lot of stuff for you guys to stew on. And peace and good night.